Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, February the 1st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen, please. Thank you, thank you. All right, what's happening today? So AMC. Now, I posted something earlier about AMC. I wasn't so much, why is it going up when they lost so much money? I just couldn't understand the discrepancy between, we have lost between 114 and 194 million dollars. It seems like a pretty wide range, but at any rate, I guess the revenues exceeded forecasts and all, but now it's starting to fade. But AMC definitely had a nice pop earlier, up to 19, and it's taken off about $1.50 from there. It was just the discrepancy between the or the range 114. We feel we've lost between 114 and 194 million dollars. That just seems to be a crazy range. Anyway, unless I'm just not reading it correctly. So the EVs are having a day today, guys. Most of the EV players, the XPEVs, the Lucids, the Plugs, having another day. So obviously we keep an eye on those. WBX. This is an EV play also, but they actually have some news. WBX. Company shares are trading higher after the company announced it is expanding its partnership with Uber nationwide. Okay, so that is the news for WBX. X is in xylophone. LDI. This is a small one. It is an earnings play, and it is a gap down on earnings. Loan Depot is, gap down. All-time low now, guys. All-time low. This is one of those ones where I'll be eyeing to see how well it holds underneath 4. This could easily show up in the gap down, the 10-day daily breakdown. And it's an all-time low. Those are the kind of ones I like to focus on to see if they keep going down. Yeah, OBSV, somebody just asked about OBSV. It's just showing, I saw it. I'm always a little reluctant to talk about things like these ones. These are the small farmers. They pop up on some news and then they just start fading away. I don't see any other, I see some news on it that somebody has been appointed as chief strategy officer. I guess that's a big deal. Don't know this person, Katja Burr. I guess it's a Swiss company. Snap. Snap is gapping up. Is it still gapping up? Let's see. Is it still gapping up? Yeah, a move of almost 5% with $1 billion in the float. So this is, okay, a price target of $45 by Stifel. $45, so that is the reason for that move. And as I said, many of the EV plays are up. This is one that was catching my eye. CHPT. T-Mobile. So I guess they've spun off Warner Media into Disca, D-I-S-C-A, if I can read that correctly. So anyway, T-Mobile is down, and also is D-I-S-C-A is down, but both the D-I-S-C-K and D-I-S-C-A, who's got more volume. Yeah, basically, just take a look at the D-I-S-C-A. That's the one that trades the most. Both down about 5% on that news. PBI, Pitney Bowes. Pitney Bowes is an earnings play, and it is gapping down. It's been around for a long time, Grumpus. It's been around for a long time, but I guess coming more. Excuse me. It's yeah. When I read the press release, it was announced. Was it last year sometime? But maybe it's closer to taking effect, or it's taken effect. I don't know. I just read the headlines. PPI is a earnings play, and this is a gap down on earnings. Boy, there's a lot of room underneath this one. If it takes out 5, I mean, look at that monthly chart. Right, if you look at the monthly chart, 5 is kind of the line in the sand. If it takes out 5, it's got a long way underneath. But it is a big float, pretty big float. This is starting to. This is hitting my scanner right now. ASTR, Astrospace. I don't see any specific news on it right now. But ASTR is on the move here. Did I say T-Mobile? I'm sorry, AT&T. I'm sorry, I always get that mixed up. No, it's AT&T. T. It's T. That's the problem, not having either of those guys in our country. I do get them mixed up. UPS, nice little earnings shot for this one. Look at this one. It's expensive stock, but up 9%, $18. UPS, big surge. I bet you FedEx is probably doing the same thing. But this is an earnings play. FedEx probably releases sometime this week, maybe. No, March the 17th. But anyway, FedEx and UPS, both up. HLIT. HLIT. HLIT is moving down on earnings. Not very much volume yet. It released after hours, kind of a choppy reaction. But this is moving down on earnings. Again, not very much volume yet. Anticipate, of course, it'll pick up. So many of these high-flying stocks that just have been beaten up over the last month or so are now starting to come back a little bit. The MTTR, I'm liking that one. MTTR holding over 10, has room to 11, I believe. I looked at the daily chart. 1109 is the next high. So kind of hanging tough here at just over that 10 mark. Yeah, space is also noticing my gap ups. You know, all these ones that just got beaten up over the last, well, not just the last month. I mean, this one has been beaten up for the last few months. And somebody was, we were talking, I don't know why I don't have, oh, I know why it's not up anymore. Was it AVTX? Give me a moment here. AVXL. So this had gapped up, but the last time I looked, it was basically flat. Yeah, it's actually starting to drift down. And I know that Rubber Toe posted some information from Feuerstein saying they changed the primary and secondary endpoints, allowing it to claim success when the drug most likely failed. This press release is entirely misleading. So you can see the initial impact of the press release. It got up to 17, and it's pulled right back down, I guess, on that tweet. But he's a guy who's been around for a long time, talking about bios. In the market, let's see, the market is mildly positive. The SPY is mildly positive. Yeah, you're talking about HUT, and of course there's Mara and there's Riot. I guess Bitcoin's having a bit of a surge. I don't know what the price is now of Bitcoin, but I guess it rallied with the market yesterday. Morning, Mookie and Andy. All right, guys, it is now 9:11. I'm just going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And let's see, we have more updates or upgrades and downgrades, not too many of each though, so I'll get some of them in. Upgrades right now. See if we have any multiple upgrades. Multiple upgrades meaning the same stock upgraded by different firms. Hog upgraded by Morgan Stanley. Just looking for some names that everybody is familiar with. And of course, both Moderna and well, I shouldn't say of course, but Moderna, mRNA, and BNTX upgraded. Take a look at Hog, see if it's doing anything. Upgrade from Morgan Stanley. Probably have earnings, let's see, February 8th. So they have earnings next week. So a little bit of a pop, not too much volume, but I guess that is the reason upgraded it from $39 to $40 a share. So nothing dramatic. Not like some of these guys who say, you know, the stock's sitting at $3 and we put a price target of 100. Wainwright. Okay, get the downgrades in now. Okay, not too many downgrades. I guess the bear market's over. All right, there you have them. So no multiple downgrades or upgrades that I could see, not from briefing.com. Maybe keep an eye on Kemper, KMPR. I think this is an earnings play. I think it is, KMPR. Yeah, it's an earnings play released after hours yesterday. When I saw it, there's just not that much volume yet, of course. But it is an earnings play, and I noticed it did get a downgrade from Raymond James this morning too. Again, there's just no volume in it yet, but you know, once this market opens, of course, the volume will pick up. Yeah, it looks like it might be it for the KSCP. We had some fun with that one, and we had some fun with Dave and with the FGI. Those are the three that we were kind of watching yesterday and on Friday. Okay, just keeping an eye on some of these ones that are starting to show up in my gap ups now. Crex, CREX. I haven't seen this one for a long time. This is way back here. This is back in May, is this right? Yeah, May of 2020. So we used to see this one quite a bit. but I haven't seen this one in a long time. Don't even know, what do they do? Computer Systems Design Services. Where are they out of? Louisville. Yeah, as far as Wainwright is concerned, I mean, it's just a matter of trying to take advantage of, people piling into any one of their pumps, and I always say try to catch that middle 2/3 if you can and move on. Not that I have any feelings whatsoever when they put like a price target, come up with cricks and I'm just using this as an example, and we're looking at cricks and we feel this should be valued at $25, therefore we'll put a $25 price target on them. Again, I'm not using it just as an example. Does it move them for a bit? Sure, you can. So we just try to take advantage of it. Just give me a moment here, guys. Just making some adjustments on my other monitor. One of my other monitors. All right, let's take a look at the sectors before we get rolling this morning. I'd like to take a look at that about 10 minutes before the market opens. And again, we're having a mild open. SPY is up just a little bit. So take a look at the sectors, the major sectors, and see what's happening. Okay, so if you're unfamiliar with this, these are the major sectors. So for instance, here's XLE, the energy sector, the main energy sector. These are the stocks that make it up. Somebody was talking about XOM earlier, and there's XOM. I think it's the only one up in this sector. The stocks that make up XLE, it's the only one that's up. Every one of them is down. No, XOM, no, HFC just popped in here. So again, basically 10%, only 10% of them are up from yesterday's close. That's what I mean when I say up. We're always talking about yesterday's close. And so look at technology right now, about 62% are up. Financials, 36%. So kind of a mixed bag. And of course, once this market opens, utilities 50-50. Once this market opens, we'll probably, if I look at this an hour from now, it could be a completely different landscape. So, but right now, this is what we see. So we do see energy a little bit weak. So why this is important? Well, if you're going to get into a stock and it's in a sector, for instance, if you wanted to take an energy stock, unless that energy stock has some very specific news about it, either in earnings or some kind of a press release, or he's just moving because some forums or Reddit or whatever got a hold of it. But if it's just kind of, if you're trying to go into energy right now, you're going against the trend. So good idea to always keep an eye on what the sector is doing. Always like to be on the right side of it. I'm keeping an eye on the MTTR just to see if it can hold this 10 level. It's a big psychological number for it to break, of course. It got up to, where did it close yesterday? Looks like it closed around 975. So it's up 40 cents. Decent volume. And as always, not as always, but in the last few days I've been running these races. They're based on my top list, so I'll be keeping an eye on these. Also, nice visual presentation of what's happening in a top list. And if you wanted to To access this, you'd have to go to my home page from my channel bar, from the channel bar. Click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar, and then we're on my Barry's watch list. And you would get this, the racing, and a couple of other windows to keep an eye on. Here's a stock that's just showing up here. DNA. Isn't this another one of Kathy Wood's stocks? Let's see if I can see the news on this one. Yeah, I may be wrong. I thought it was one of her stocks, DNA. Correct, Sky is on the move here. Wow, big move now. That's a big move. From here, well, now it's pulled back, but it was a big move up to 184. So the yes is that it's a Kathy Wood stock. Thanks. I would say there's no way you're going skiing today, even if the market grinds. No, that's not a dare or a challenge. I just can't believe you will leave the market any day. So there was some news, okay, so Crex Realities win a multi-million-dollar retail project on first bid together. I guess Reflex Systems must be a private company because it's, so here's the news for it. Excuse me, so the Reflex Systems must be a private company. What's the float like? That's, I mean, look, it's I don't know, for $10 million over how many years, and can they make money even doing that? But it doesn't matter. $8 million in the float. It's news. Traders look at that and they pop it for a bit and see if it, excuse me, sorry about this, see if this can maintain. So, Roberto, are you in La Belle Province? Oh, Nova Scotia. Okay, because you were mentioning the some company you had followed. I thought it was was it Hexo? I thought you said Hexo right down around where you live, but that's in Gatineau, Quebec. So I thought, yeah, Gatineau. This is right on the... Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I's the buy, Roberto. I know it's more Newfoundland than Nova Scotia, but... All right, let's see if there's... well, AMC is having a bit of a... So it pulled back. Again, this will be active all day, of course. So this DISCA is moving down, D-I-S-C-A, D-I-S-C-A moving down on that AT&T news. the T news. Look what it did yesterday. Got right to the 200-day moving average and just stalled right there. ISUN, let's take a look at ISUN, I-S-U-N. Another one of those low floaters, maybe volume starting to pick up. All right, I'm still keeping an eye on that Matterport MTTR. The longer it holds over this 10 level. See if it has a pop. Has room to about 11 if it wants to. I mean, that when I say that, I'm just saying that that's where the next resistance area is. Give me one moment, please. All right, I'm back. So SPY is just kind of flattening out right now. We're going to have a modest open, modest positive open, I should say. Okay. Ooh, all of a sudden MTTR just took a bit of a header here underneath 10 for some reason. Thank you, William. Yes, 1 minute to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody, and see what the market brings today. It's an interesting move for Matterport. I was really hoping it would just sort of hang around here. This was going to be one that I might have taken early if it held at 10 and started to move. But right now it's untradeable. 992, 1012 on the bid ask. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick an alert around 1018. See if it gets back up there, holds, and then moves from there. That's for the MTTR. And we are now open for business. So let's see what's happening. Here's a CREX. What's CREX doing right now? All right, AVXL guys, AVXL on the way down here. That tweet by Mr. I don't know how to pronounce his name, Feuerstein. Definitely taking effect here. It's really taking effect now. Nice call on that one, Roberto. Well, nice call on that one, Roberto, as far as getting that post out regarding AVXL. The tweet from Furstein. Wow, look at that, man. Devastating now. All right, so listen, the markets are flat right now, okay? Basically flat. There's an opening red bar, perhaps on the SPY. I say perhaps because, of course, it's early. This is a 15-minute candle. Well, look at the AVXL, guys. Now, look at the AVXL. Okay, well, look. No, I know I didn't announce it exactly, but I mean, I had no problem shorting AVXL. I don't know what you mean by that short sale restricted. If you're talking about because it's down 17%, but I'll freely admit I was able to get a short almost immediately. You know, I don't normally trade in the first 15 minutes, but I just thought, you know what, this is just too maybe juicy. Take some. So no, man, guys. I mean, this is really, yeah. I don't normally take stocks this early. Okay, I've said this many times, but I just thought that tweet really put the temper on this. Almost like it's fraud. Well, AVXL came. Well, okay. First of all, you can see it here, right? Okay, in the 10-day daily breakdown. But we were talking about it in the pre-market. Okay, and Roberto it had a pop up to $17. And then Furstein came out and said, better look at this a little more closely. And so Roberto posted this. This was before 9 o'clock, before I even opened the room. So, you know, this allowing it to claim success when the drug most likely failed. This press release is entirely misleading. And this guy he's been around, I don't know how many years, decades, but you know, he's widely followed. So this was on, you know, again, if you're in in the room during the pre-market, you maybe heard us talking about it. So this was definitely one of those ones I wanted to keep an eye on. And the minute it went negative, I mean, remember this was $17, but right here it was basically flat. So I was waiting to see, wow, would it even go negative? The minute it went negative, I thought, you know what? Do it. All right. CCL guys, CCL. Nice move here for CCL. Now looking left, what do we see? 2071 is the next high looking left. It's maybe too close. You know, it's maybe a little too close based on the price of the stock. Yeah, you wonder how much of a pump this is going to get to Sophie. Super Bowl's in their stadium. They're going to get a lot of eyeballs, of course, on Sophie a couple of weeks from now for the Super Bowl. So this will be a lot of free advertising. Okay, minor disconnect in the market right now. The Dow's up, Nas is down a little. So right now, shorting these pops is seems to be the way to go. I'm looking at the charge point, CHPT, the AMC. Wow, this is turning into an awesome short, guys. AVXL. Even if you waited to get it at 11.10. Now, I didn't short this pre-market, so I had no problems. Even though it was down more than 10%, I had no problem getting a short. You know, that uptick rule didn't nail me at all. Oh man, one good trade, guys. That's all it takes. Now, what sort of, I mean, look at this. Look at the monthly chart right here for AVXL, and it looks like we've got next low looking left is around 976. All right. I mean, if it takes out 10 and 976, I mean, good grief, 591 on the monthly chart. I mean, this is just, I mean, he didn't outright call it fraud, but he may as well have. Well, look at GME, guys. They just won't die. GME, big volume is coming in right there, and it is now, what's the high looking left here? 119. All right, so I've covered some of this in case it doesn't, you know, it's probably going to struggle to get through 10. So I've covered some of this AVXL. I'd be very surprised if it takes out 10. CLF is on the move here, guys. CLF, Cleveland Cliffs. And let's say looking left, the next high is 1853. I'm always a little wary of a stock trying to break a whole number, but this is definitely, I mean, look at the volume that came in for CLF. And some of the meme stocks, there's Palantir, PLTR. Rocket Group, RKT though. You know, it used to be a big memer. Look at this one, just taking a header here. And it's early. Well, they've got a hold of GME this time. Again, guys, GME, they've got a hold of it. Now, I'm sure the company AVXL is going to try to come up with something. I don't know if it'll be today or tomorrow, or maybe never, but to refute that tweet by Feuerstein, not sure how to pronounce his names. All right, so look at the semis, guys. SOXL. So the semis, I mentioned, yeah, NAS just took a bit of a hit here. So look at the semis. Semis are moving down. All right, so we've got a red bar still on the SPY, that opening 15-minute candle. We have another 2 minutes for this to close. So we've got stocks like FCX and US Steel X and CLF, all in the same sector. Well, now FCX is starting to move down. So this looks like a bit of a sell-off right now. Look at the semis, though. SOXL. Look at the... I mean, yesterday SOXL was, well, you saw what it did yesterday. It was up all day. Yeah, right now, I mean, stating the somewhat obvious, shorting pops. All right, let's take a look at some of these. See what's happening. You see, I mean, that red. So, for instance, when I was just looking at Indo, it was up here, and then it pulled right back. Pulled right back. But corrects. Yeah, good for you, William. Corrects. So all you can say about Crix right now is that it's holding. I mean, look at Hood. Boy, Hood is taking it on the chin again. All right, this candle has just closed. Just the candle, so there's your first 15-minute candle, and it is sort of a deep red here. So probably virtually everything that was popping in the pre-market is probably giving it up. Boy, Rocket, RKT, just getting slammed. It's not an earnings play, is it? Just watching this Rocket RKT, see how well it holds under 12 and continues to fall from there. This is an all-time low at this point. The only reason it's not showing up here is that the relative volume is only 5.3. It's got to be 8 for it to get into this scan right here. Otherwise it would be there. Well, not only a 52-week low, but it's a lifetime low. I'm just watching to see how well it holds under 12. You know, just right around this area, maybe base a little bit, and then boom, down. We'll have to see. I don't see any specific news for it, but just keep watching the rocket, guys. The longer it holds under this 12, little base under 12, it may resume the descent. Yeah, I mean, it didn't, you know, I always have my doubts that something's going to take out a whole number one, easily. But 10 is such a hard one. Very psychological. So that's why I basically got out of my short. You know, look what it got. It literally got to what, 10:04. Sorry, 10:04. Wow. All right, MOS, little pop here for MOS, Mosaic. Is it an earnings play? No, it is not. Looking left on the daily chart, 41.79, and then 42.24. To me, it doesn't have enough room. Not for this price of a stock. You know, obviously, if it's stalled there, 41.79, and even here, 42.24. Well, look at Dave, guys. Did somebody mention Dave? Look at Dave. Dave, quite a nice little pop here. Well, it was up almost to 13. Again, this is the all-time. Well, I've got an alert set up here, 1389. I probably should set an alert over 13 to see if it takes it out at some point, just to keep an eye on it. This, of course, would be an all-time high up this level 2 days ago. All right. Well, there's a green candle now for the SPY. All right. Well, U.S. Steel X CLF X has come back. Really? I clicked on it this morning, UPS this morning, because I had it in my watch list. Well, watch list. I had it as one of the ones that I discussed this morning. When you say locked up, you mean you had to reload IB? I won't tempt it. Okay, I'm take a look at H-lit now, guys. H-lit, I think, yeah, it's underneath 10. H-lit, it's an earnings play. It was down pre-market. There wasn't very much volume. Look at the volume now though. And this is an earnings play. And looking left on the monthly chart, 906 is the next low. So, I mean, there's a little bit of room to that 9 level from 945. Look at, ooh, I was just going to say, look at Dave. Dave, it popped over 13. LDI is coming back. LDI is coming back. This is an earnings play. It's bouncing off 4 fairly nicely. LDI. Well, Mosaic is at 42 now. MOS is at 42. All right, you know what? I'm going to live dangerously. All right, no problem. I got OPC, OPS. Oh, OPS, UPS. I agree, Lando. I agree. I'm going to somebody in their YouTube room. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. I just clicked on another alert. It loaded just like normal. So must be something to do with maybe your option chain. Look at Dave, guys. Dave, 1308. It popped up to 1308. This is the high yesterday is 1350. This is still tough to trade right now, though. 1290, 1314 on the bid ask. Very tough to trade that. Well, so much for my prediction on the MOS. MOS is really romping now through those highs. Oh no, it was just somebody saying that when they loaded at UPS, it was freezing up there or causing some delay in IB. That's all. Nothing. It's an earnings play. There's Dave, 1321 now. Wow, I mean, this is getting closer and closer. 1386 is the high of 2 days ago, which is the all-time high for Dave, D-A-V-E. The heck did they do? Banking, digital banking. There was. So it was 12. I looked at it was 1290, 1317 at one point. I mean, it's tightening up a bit, 1305, 1318 right now, but just hard to trade. Wow, U.S. Steel over 20. Man, oh man, I remember when it had earnings right on the 27th. Of course, with the market, I guess it just lifted with the market. I remember this day it got up to almost 20 and then it closed down here almost 19. I thought, well, maybe that's it. But look at this. So of course, with the overall market lifting yesterday, U.S. Steel came along with the ride and is continuing today. Yeah, your Crex is starting to drift here a little bit. I don't know if you're still in this one, William. AMTD, I'm not seeing that one as a halt, so maybe it's out of the price range I look at. I'm not seeing that halted. AMTD. May not be trading very much, but I don't see that it's halted. Well, I do see this. I see what you're looking at. Just as it doesn't, it's not appearing as a halt in Interactive Brokers. All right, so Rocket now underneath 12. Let's see if Rocket can hold under 12 and move down from there. RKT. Interesting. Mine doesn't. It may be because what's the volume on AMTD? Okay, I know why I didn't show up the first time because I do have a share minimum, so it wouldn't have met the share minimum. Guys, these companies like Vail and wow, Mosaic. I mean, don't listen to me. Look at the Mosaic just ripping. But Vail, X, CLF probably. Though CLF looked like it had a pullback. No. Yeah, AMC and GME really sinking now. Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on this H lid. I wish it were further away from 9. I'm not seeing bros on any one of my scans, so let's take a look at BROS, brothers. Let's take a look. And the reason is, oh, okay, so it's a little outside the price range that I trade, but okay. You can see why it's not on my scans. All right, so that was a green bar, but however, the next bar is forming red. What time is it? 10 o'clock. So that's the 10 o'clock candle. So looking a little more ominous right now, guys, for the market to probably give up a lot of the gains of yesterday. Give me a moment. Now, of course, with the market moving down like it is, and we don't know how much, what's really going to happen here, but these are changed from the close on the positive side, and so I doubt if we're going to get too many good ones out of this, unless they're really trading on its own today. Could always flip the script and show the ones moving down from the close, but this is changed from the close on the positive side. Actually, I'm wrong. This is just the change. This is not the change. Yeah, we have to rename this. Again, this is, well, look at Crex. So Crex, what is it doing right now? Yeah, this is just a little move because it's cheap. It's looking like a big percentage. All right, LMND on the way down here. LMND on the way down and looking left. Wow, we got a lot of fair amount of room. Low is 29, so it's at just under 30, 31. So approximately $2 to that level. Yeah, this one completely gave it up. WBX, I mean, is this shortable? Nah, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I know I checked earlier. Just not shortable for me because, wow, look at this. This big red candle. Big red candle here now, and that's SPY. Selling is accelerating right now. Continue to watch this H-lit, but it's really not doing much. H-lit, earnings play, thought it might attempt to get down to that 10 level. AMC, so GME and AMC. AMC, of course, is an earnings play. Boy, look at this big red bar. This holds up and we get a few more. Look out. Here's the semis, guys. Look at the semis. Semis, SOXL. ETF, bear. So I had a little, right, you know, it was following that move in the market right there, that green bar right here. But now following SOXL. Fisker, FSR. Another one moving down. Look left, 1057 is the next low looking left for Fisker, FSR. Whoa, we're getting a big sell now. Big sell-off right now. So what's the Dow's down 130, Nas is 164, SPY is 30. If I looked at that, our ETFs now, well, here's H-lit right here. I didn't even know that. Okay, keep an eye on H-lit. The only thing about it is that the next low looking left is around 9, a little over 9. So it doesn't have a ton of room to move down. Not bad percentage wise. I mean, if you got it at 940 and it got down to 906, we take it. But There's just not a lot of room if you look at the chart. AVXL guys, and there goes HLIT. There goes HLIT. Yeah, so these races, you know, these are ones that are moving up on my watch list. Okay, probably not too many, or well, you might see some, but the percentages won't be that great. All right, so alerts have slowed down somewhat. There's a little bottoming tail now on the SPY. Yeah, you need the latest beta, Pamela. You have to go to our website, homepage, download. I'll give you a link to my homepage, and then scroll up to the top. Then go to the download section. Here, I'll just explain where it is. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, and then where it says download, click on download, and then you have to download the latest beta. Scroll down, 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 down. Here we go. You have to have this version, 5.5.60, okay? And then there are different channels that are set up for the races, different races. And then if you go to my channel, Barry's Watch List, this is what you'll see. All right, I do want to put this link in. Our test drive starts in just a little less than 2 weeks. It starts on February 14th, Monday, February the 14th. You want to try us out? This is a great opportunity to try us out. When I say try us out, try out the program. So if you click on, and please listen carefully. See, you got some posts yesterday. You know, our poor support people. Please listen carefully. All right, this is the test drive. Okay, here's your link. You're signing up today. If you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. You get no data until the 14th. Please listen carefully. I cannot believe how many people think that, you know, they sign up today and they're saying, hey, what's wrong? I'm not getting any data. It starts on the 14th. That's okay, and it'll be. So what you're doing is just pre-registering right now. All right, that's all you're doing. And it'll run 14th to the 28th inclusive. That is actually 10 trading days, because one of those days in between is a holiday, President's Day. So you'll get 10 trading days. You'll have access to the full premium service except no auto trading, okay? But please listen carefully. You sign up, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. That's all you're doing. All right, so, well, there was a pretty big bottoming tail for the SPY, but we'll see how this closes. What time is it? 10:11, so there's got about 3.5 minutes for this one to close, this bar to close. Okay, Rocket is looking more interesting. Took out 12 again, underneath 12. RKT. The low yesterday was 1194. The low before that was 1195. So you can kind of see if it can get into the 80s like it is now. I mean, it's a lifetime low. All right, I'm in it. I'm going to, if it gets back up to 12, I'm out. Anywhere close to it. I'm talking about the Rocket RKT. I get an 1187. So we'll see what happens. As long as the market keeps, well, there's a bit of a bottoming tail now. Just got to be aware of that. This is the type of stock that can pop with the market. Too bad it's not showing up here, but the relative volume is still, I mean, it's pretty big, 4, but it's not 8, and that's one of the filters I have here. So LDI, I mentioned before, it had look at this pop. Look at this move off the bottom. It's an earnings play. So it's an all-time high. It's a day high now. Yeah, so what I don't like about the Rocket right now, it's following the market too closely. That bottoming tail, I'm looking at some other stocks that have got the same pattern, following the market too closely. So I'm just going to have to be aware of that. I'm slightly underwater on it right now. All right, well, that's a big bottoming tail now. What time is it? Yeah, well, so that closed, big bottoming tail for the SPY. So that candle has just closed. A new 15-minute candle will now start. See if this says red. But you take a look at this is what I'm talking about if you're new. This is what I'm talking about. So you have this big bottoming tail. I mean, the sellers had it down here, but the buyers closed it here. But another red candle forming. So a lot of stocks will look like this. That's the problem. If you were short something, looking like the market was doing this, and then all of a sudden, you got this bottoming tail, and the buyers took it up here. Many times you'd be knocked out of your short position if the stock is following the market as closely. And that's what Zach is saying. I mean, he probably got stopped out of this Riven trade because it's, what we're trying to really find are stocks that are not following the market so closely, more trading on their own. Yeah, that was a bottoming tail on the SPY, absolutely. Now, the next candle started red. I mean, it is red now. I just don't like being in things that are, so beholden to what the overall market's doing or even its sector is doing. Okay, DXC. No, if you're a subscriber already, you don't have to take the test drive. Test drive is just for people who are not subscribers or want to try us out. But if you're a subscriber already, you certainly don't have to take the test drive. The test drive is just as if all we're trying to do is open the service up to those who don't have our subscription right now. So you can try us out for $11.11, the premium service. Yeah, the person though in our YouTube room is saying he has premium, so there's nothing for that person to do. But you're right, if you have our standard service and you want to try our premium service out for those 10 trading days, you can do so also. You can sign up also. So hopefully that's clear, DXC. There's nothing for you to do, okay? So for instance, stocks like this, Vail, and probably to some extent, I haven't looked at X for a while, but Vail, this is what we're looking for. Stocks that don't care what the market's doing. You know, the market's been, this has been up steadily since they opened. The market's been dropping. All right, guys, I'm out of the rocket. I just don't like it following the market too much. So I'm out of the rocket, took a small loss on it. So that DXC, okay, I don't know what, you have to have our beta version, DXC. Okay, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So if you go to the website, I don't know what version of Trade Ideas, you probably downloaded the Pro, or not the Pro, but just a minute, I just want to get my home page here. Production version. So if you want the race cars and all of that, you have to download the beta, okay? So if you click on my link, okay, if you click on my link, just give me a moment, okay, and then where it says download, you have to scroll up where it says download, and then you have to download the latest beta. Scroll down, 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 okay, to the latest beta. And then you'll get all these race car channels that we've designed. And in order to see this one, this is on my homepage. If you click on new, not my homepage, but my channel. If you click on new from our toolbar, and then that dock channel bar, and here are all the various channels that we have. One of them is my watch list, Barry's watch list, and then you will see the race here, okay? But if you're new, before I would do anything else, I would take those. I would look at those 20 lessons. So again, if you click on my home page, okay, and one of the sections is our education section right here. I would click here, and then I would look at the 20 introductory lessons before you did anything else. Take the time to learn some of the basic features of Trade Ideas. You know, what are top lists, how to create them, what are alert windows, how to create them. Okay? You know, there's a learning curve, obviously, with any software program, and we're no different. See, these are not big percentage moves, okay? That's my issue with them. So, and I would not expect that. Not if the market is going to be doing this. Okay, so again, if you want to see this, you want to see this specific race. Again, if you click on, go to our toolbar, click on New, and then Docked Channel Bar, and here my watch list. But we have other races set up. We have the S&P 500, the Fang and Friends. These are stocks that a lot of people follow. Of course, the Facebooks, the Amazons, the Netflix, Google, a few others, Tesla. That's in here. But you can just click on these and just see, just sort of see what's happening. Okay, Sparta. So yeah, and not just, it's already 10:22, so I usually go into my little spiel now. Yeah, I mean, you don't need to use Brokerage Plus. You don't need to link to your brokerage account if you don't want to. Okay. I mean, linking to your brokerage account is just a time saver for the most part. I mean, if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. But if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, that's fine. You can still use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. That's what we do. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Linking, though, in the general sense, is just a time saver. I mean, I love linking because when I click on an alert, it loads into my brokerage platform, so I don't have to type the symbol into the order entry. That's all it is. So I'm not sure why you wouldn't want to link to your brokerage account just for the time saver, but it's up to you. It depends how many stocks you're clicking on all day long. Again, I just want to reiterate that linking only means, in the general sense, a time saver. Linking doesn't mean you click on an alert and it trades it. It just is a time saver. So if you're like me, clicking on alerts all day long, it would be a pain in the butt if I had to just keep typing in the symbol into my order entry. That's all it is. Man, was I ever wrong on the MOS? I mean, the MOS just kept ripping higher and higher and higher. I just didn't think there'd be enough room. All right, well, first of all, yeah, we're on 10:20. I usually go into a little introduction. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. And let me just go over this test drive again. So the test drive, we don't have, one of the often asked questions is, do we have a free trial version? And we don't, okay? This is about as close as you're going to get. So we have this test drive. When you click on the test drive link, and please listen carefully, what you're doing is you're signing up for it, you're pre-registering. It doesn't start until the 14th. So that is Monday the 14th, so it's a little less than 2 weeks. And it'll go Monday the 14th to the 28th inclusive, okay? So for $11.11, you'll have access to our full premium service, just as if you were a premium subscriber. The only thing you will not be able to do is do any auto trading, which, I don't agree with anyway. So, but that's my personal view of auto trading and all. So you won't be able to auto trade, but you'll have access. Otherwise, you'll be just like a full premium subscriber. If you have our standard service and you've been maybe wanting to check to see what our premium service looks like, typically it's because you want to have access to the AI, okay? Then you can also do it for the $11.11. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. We don't put you into a subscription automatically, okay? When it's over, it's over. Now, of course, when it's over, there will be a nice promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription. But don't worry, there's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from it. When it's over, it's over. All right, now talk a little bit about my home page. My home page has a lot of information on it. So when you click on that link, my link, so this is what you'll see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry4 Alpha, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. We have 4 plans. You have an annual, monthly, premium, standard. Okay? Well, send info@trade-ideas.com. Oh, take my caps off. And you can always do a feature request. Okay? Coming from a customer is more powerful than if I just talk to the guys. Believe me, customers. But I have no idea if or when they would ever add it. The question was adding WMA and Ichimoku to our platform. Okay, annual, monthly, premium, standard, 4 plans, $22.68 a year minus the 15% for annual, and standard is $10.68 a year minus that 15%. Okay, and again, the big difference. There are some other differences, but the major reason people want to take a look at our premium service is for our AI. You don't have to go annual. Monthly is fine. $118, $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. Please listen carefully. First month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. It's amazing how many emails we get is, hey, how come I'm paying more the second month? Three free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and all the education that we have is here. Most of it geared to trade ideas, of course. We have a big user guide. We have these introductory lessons that I would absolutely take a look at before you start anything if you're new. Daily support sessions. So today's your day. You have a lot of Brokerage Plus questions. If you're into maybe backtesting your strategies, things like that. Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. That's when I take my break. And that's what happens between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room. And today being Tuesday, it'll be Michael Noss. Okay? Also, between 3:30 and 4:30, Chris Farley takes over the YouTube room, and that's Monday to Friday. And you can ask him questions about trade ideas and general market questions. Daily webinars. Today is a Tuesday, so there's not a webinar today. So this week we're on the Monday, Wednesday. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. Okay, that's the rotation. You can sign up for all the webinars here. And back to basics. The Michael Noss, as I mentioned before, he put together this nice little video series. If you're new to trading, it starts off with what is a stock. So I would encourage you to take a look at this if you are new to trading. And last, my scans. Here are the scans that I am sharing. All right. I get this question a lot. What do you use in the pre-market? I use these 4, gap up, gap down shared. Pre-market actives up and down. Okay, I use these 4 in the pre-market, but I have a lot of other scans that I am sharing, including these 4 that you see here or right up here. But you can kind of pick and choose. You can take a look at them. So a lot of information here. These 2 sections have a lot of information. My advice, save my link, then you can look at these anytime you want. Data included. Yes. Oh, yeah. Part of your subscription is the, yeah. Or live data. Yes. Real-time data. Yes. But if you want to trade, I mean, you have to have a broker. Obviously, you need a broker, and you've got to subscribe to a data subscription from them. But all the alerts you see here, it's all using Trade Ideas live data. Okay. So these are all live alerts or real-time alerts. But if you want to trade, you need a broker, number one, and then you need a subscription from your broker. All right, so let me just give you a quick overview of what is this one doing? This is a little bank, probably a little regional bank. Yeah, Republic Bank, FRBK. Is this an earnings play? No, it's not an earnings play. I thought it might have been one. Um, hmm, Interesting. FRBK showing up here. Let's take a look left on so on the weekly, there's no real resistance. You have to go back to 2019. August of 2019 before we see these levels. And you know who is here. Okay, Chloe. Where was I? So what are we? So we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use trade ideas. Okay? So I already showed you that I share my scans. But of course, if you want to build your own scans, go ahead. This is an example of a scan. The 10-day daily breakout. So when you build your own scans, you're always going to start off with some filters. All right, so here are the filters that I'm using. You know, stocks between 2 and 35, etc. Okay, it's not important really what these are. You know, I'm just showing you the concept. You always start off with some filters, and then you have some kind of a trigger. And in this case, if a stock meets all these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. Yeah, so let me just show you. I'm just interrupting myself here. So this is what I call the main trading room, okay? You're in our YouTube room. Nothing wrong with the YouTube room. If you just want to hear me and see my screen, there's not as much interaction among traders though, okay? So DXC, this is what I call the main traders room. And a lot more action, you know, a lot more action. It's not just, you know, among traders and, you know, putting out different ideas. Okay, so that is the main trading room. I think it's a $10 a month, Don, data subscription. It's not a matter of my recommending. I think I have, you know, it depends what you want, but you don't need much. I think it's about $10 a month for my B. That's Canadian. You just need real-time data. You know, you need real-time data. You don't have to have level 2 if you don't want it. You just need real-time data though. So they have all sorts of data plans. So as I said, if you want to build your own scans, you can. And the good news, no programming language to learn. So these are all of the alerts that we have. And then these are all of the filters that we have. We have a lot of them. Don't worry, you don't have to learn them all. Big question usually. Wow, you have so many alerts and filters. This is too hard for me. How can I learn them all? You don't have to. And why we have all of them is because we've got thousands of customers and all sorts of different trading styles. So we feel we've created enough alerts and filters for the majority of our customers. They can combine them to give them the type of scan they are looking for. I just put the link in, okay, right underneath you. Just click on that link. I just put it underneath. You just asked a question, DXC. I just put the link right underneath your question. Okay, so again, listen carefully. You don't have to learn all of them, okay? Now, we also are sharing a lot of other scans. If you click on New from our toolbar, click on Dock Channel Bar, and you will see all of these themed channels, including these new racing channels, okay? Just click on them. I mean, I can't, you know, you want to know what they're about, just click on it and you'll see, you know, what's happening. Well, we have a lot of other channels. Momentum channel, as an example. Usually a very popular channel. We're running races on this one too. So for instance, if you like this, you know, you look at this alert window called Momo, and you right click, configure, you'll see what it's looking for. That's kind of the standard, you know, clicking on either a topless window or an alert window, and then configure summary. It'll tell you exactly what it's looking for. Now, as always, if you didn't like, you know, exactly, for instance, a price range, you know, maybe you want a different price range. Maybe you want it to be between 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 50. So you just make the change. I'll click on the summary, see how it has changed. But if you liked it the way it is, or if you make your change, then my recommendation, and I'll explain why I'm saying this, save it to the cloud. Okay, and I'll explain in a moment why I'm saying that. But I also want to explain this. If you leave this channel and come back to the channel, okay, your change is not saved. Why? The channel is for everybody. So the fact you want to have a different price range is not necessarily what everybody else wants, okay? So again, just to make that perfectly clear, you make a change in the channel. While you're on the channel, of course, the change will maintain. But if you leave it and come back, your change is not saved. But really, what the whole idea of this is really, though, is to take a look at the different channels and maybe start extracting scans that you like, saving them to the cloud. Okay, so look at explosive winners. So you might look at this and go, you know, this top list, say, wow, okay, biggest gainers today. I'd like to see that one. Save it to the cloud. So you start saving individual scans to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one by one from the cloud, thereby creating your own layout without actually having to build a scan from scratch if you don't want to build your own scans. Okay, so my recommendation is just to take a look at all of the scans that we have. You can look at mine. You can look at all the scans we've created in the channel bar. There are a lot of them. Of course, there are a lot of them. All sorts of different trading styles. And of course, if you're building your own layout, add some charts, maybe a single stock window, things like that. And then, you know, you just save your layout. Give it a name and save it. I think the plan I have, you know, it's so long. I'm 5 years now. In fact, I thought it was 6, but I think on Sunday they congratulated me for being a subscriber for 5 years. You just need, you know, you can go as much as you want. I think about a $10 plan is all you need. You just need real-time data, okay? So you can get the lowest level of real-time data. If you don't care about level 2 and all that stuff, you just need you just need some real-time data. I think about $10 gets you what you need. All right, this is an IPO from 3 days ago, a CRDO, almost an all-time high, volume coming in. But volume's coming in, but there's not that much volume. I mean, 75,000 shares, so I wonder what the spread is. Actually, the spread isn't terrible. I thought it would be a lot worse, but look at that, you know, this is what can happen when you just don't have enough volume, overall volume. Now, it may pick up, of course, for the balance of the day, but right now, to me, it'd be a little difficult to trade because of the lack of volume. All right, AMC on the move here, guys. AMC on the move. A nice bounce, actually. So what's the market doing? And it's not relying on the market to do that bounce. The market is still, you know, a little red candle here, settling down a little bit, but certainly not a green bar. So AMC is bouncing on its own. It's an earnings play, such as it is. Yeah, DXC, yes. Like, don't be confused. we provide real-time data for our alerts, okay? But if you want to trade the market, you need a broker, and you have to pay for your I guess E-Trade is I don't know what E-Trade charges. I don't know if they even charge you for data at all, or it's completely free commissions. I really don't know, but you have to have real-time data from your broker, whatever that costs. Okay, it's got nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, we have real-time data here for our alert. So when I get an alert, that's real-time data. But if I want to trade it, of course I have to use it. We're not a broker. So you need a broker, and you need real-time data from your broker. So is that clear, DXE? For instance, you with E-Trade, is there anything to pay? I mean, is it completely free? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. They have commission free, but do you have to pay for a data plan? So E-Trade is completely free. Okay, so there you go. If you had so E-Trade, you don't even have to pay for data. IB, but you know what? You get what you pay for. So. So when you say hard to borrow, William, in terms of, so that means if the shorts are not readily available, that's what you mean. Now, Michael is saying something in our room, saying, I think E-Trade you get faster data for $9.99 a month. So. Listen, guys, you get what you pay for, but I mean, $10 to pay for IB data, shouldn't break the bank. No, the live chat is free, just like the YouTube room, it's free. Oh, I see. I thought you were talking about the data fee, DXE. The live chat has got, nothing to do with brokerages or anything. Yes, you can go there, join, come here. Come on over to it's a lot more action in the main trading room. Oh, I see. So there can be shorts and an HTB alert. I see. Okay. Okay. Well, anyway. I hate to be mean, but I mean, look, if $10 a month is a killer, then you're probably underfunded to trade. And I'm not talking to anybody specifically. Wow, Diska, what a move it had after the news about AT&T, and then spinning off Warner Media, and into this. I'm not exactly sure of the official arrangement, but it had to do with Diska. And look at this move, and look at the market. So this is an alpha stock, guys. I mean, it's trading completely against the market. Doesn't care. Why? It's got news. Yeah, I should go over So the main difference between the premium service and the standard service is the AI. There are some other subtle differences, but this is the main reason people would want to take a look at our premium service. This is what the AI looks like. Okay, if you have the premium service, this is what I would do. I would click on from our toolbar. I click on New. And then AI/Holly strategy trades window, okay? And this is the window that you'll see. Never mind anything else. Just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. You have, this is when the alert happened. There's your entry. I'd almost rather call this an alert price rather than entry price. I think because you don't have to get in right at the time. I never take a trade unless I click on the alert, and I'm not just talking from the AI. But any of my alerts that I get, I always click on the alert to take a look what's happening on the charts. Okay, if I see some resistance nearby, I'll never take the trade, as an example. If the market is doing this, I'm going to have to pause a little bit in my mind, thinking, should I be going long unless it's got some really, solid news specific to that company? So I'm always analyzing stuff like that, and you have a stop. Okay, so how you trade it will be up to you. And what I would do is I would take this window then and I would incorporate it as part of your layout. Tomorrow, when you load trade it is, as long as it's before 9:30, the earliest alert would be at 9:35. Okay, that's the earliest the AI starts working. But if you, open trade ideas before 9:30, this will be blank. You just wait for the alerts to happen. Again, how you trade them will be up to you. There's no video that's going to say, well, you got this alert, this is how you should trade it. I use it like a watch list, okay? That's how I use it. Sometimes you'll get an AI alert and it gets stopped out immediately. And then maybe later on in the day, though, it sets up again the same way, and maybe you trade it then. Okay, now a word about this Brokerage Plus window. And again, if you've got a lot of questions about Brokerage Plus and maybe creating your own strategies and back testing them and things like that, save them up for noon. What time is it now? 10:49. So a little over an hour from now, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room. Okay. I like these scanners, DXC. Okay, but remember, I'm a momentum trader, and I've got an options scanner also. I don't trade options. It's very quiet. I'm very surprised. Yesterday and today, it's been very quiet. But I'm a momentum trader. I don't know what sort of a trader you are, so I'm looking for stocks making new highs or new lows. Let me put this link in here. But a lot of people don't like to trade momentum. They'd rather trade pullbacks and things like that. That's where this little stock racing thing can come into play. So I just put in a link called Brokerage Plus. There were 2 videos in that link. The short video shows if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your account if you want to. You don't have to. If you have IB or E-Trade, you don't have to, but it's there if you want to. Only available, though, if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. You'll notice here it says Brokerage Plus, and underneath 2 options. One says Live and one says Simulation. Paper trading. So again, if you have an IB, Interactive Broker, or E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade. But again, listen carefully. If you don't have one of those 2 accounts, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It just means this feature is not available. It's not mandatory to use it. It's just, if you want to use it, it's there. The second link or the second video is a lot longer, and it was created by Michael Noss. Again, he'll be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1, and it goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window and how I like to demonstrate it. Use this as a simulator. If you're new to trading, please practice trading first. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker. Okay, you don't even need a broker. You want to start practicing trading, you can use our standard service. It uses our real-time data. So before you decide on what broker you want, you can practice trading, which I highly, highly encourage before you, start trying to trade the market. Trading is not easy. And this is really easy to use. When I click on an alert, say TGTX, I click on that alert, the symbol shows up. I pick how many shares am I going to buy. I click the buy button. I pick how many shares I want to trade. And then when I do that, I just send it. And again, this is using this is in the simulator. It's using our real-time data. Okay, this is simulation trading. Well, that H-lid is it's been a little choppy. You know, I like smoother moves. Been a little bit choppy though. Got all the way up to 950 and then, and when I say all the way up, I mean, it's a decent percentage move up. So if you took this short around here, you may have been stopped out depending on how many shares you took and where your stop was. All right, ONDS, I had an alert set for this one. I can't remember quite why I had an alert set for ONDS. I don't remember when I set it, but it just triggered here. So some kind of a price alert that I had, but I don't love it because I'm looking left and it says 533, so it might stall right there. So I may have just been demonstrating how to put a price alert because I don't see why I would put one for ONDS. And speaking of price alerts, don't forget about using price alerts. From our toolbar, click on New. And the price alerts window, if you've never used one before, it'll be blank. But this is what it looks like. Okay, this is what it looks like. Notice what happened is, when I got that alert for ONDS, it popped up on my screen. And it's so simple to use. I'm going to get rid of these. These are the ones that are triggered. It's so simple to use. You minimize the window, and then when you get an alert, it'll pop up on your window, on your monitor, okay? And very simple. If I wanted to put a price alert right now for this one at, just for fun, 519 or so, I just position my cursor, my mouse, right at that 519 mark. If I want to put a note in, I can. Typically I don't. Save it. If it hits 519, you'll see it pop up on my screen again. So why I'm sort of warming up to this racing, okay? What this is doing for me, okay? Look at AMC as an example, okay? So because my watch list, the only way stocks get triggered on my watch list is if they're making new highs or new lows for the day. But what the racing does, it can also show me stocks that have maybe pulled back and now are starting to move. I wouldn't see AMC again unless it took out this high. I wouldn't see it up here, okay? Now, I'm not a huge pullback player, but this is sort of opening my eyes up to that sort of a trade without having to actually create a scan for it, if that makes sense. I'm just saying, just because something is winning a race, so-called, doesn't mean I just pile into it. But this is now, I think AMC was being alerted right around here, around that 17 mark. You see, and you can see it's still moving. But take a look at the other racing channels that we've got. We've got the S&P, the one's moving up, one's moving down. We've got favorite stocks. Favorite meaning stocks that a lot of people follow, like the Apples and the Microsofts and the Teslas and all that. You know, I can't tell you how to use it in terms of, okay, what do I do? Do I take the trade right now? Not necessarily. That's why you've got to practice trading. But it's giving another way of looking at the market, for me anyway, without having to resort on just stocks making new highs or lows. Now look at the market. Look at that market putting in a nice little green bar. So it's a bit choppy. That's why some of these stocks like Rocket and all that. So you see how ONDS, it hit 19, popped up on my screen. See how it kind of, I sort on the trigger time column, so I'm always going to see it right at the top. You can also put a sound alert on it, you know, with the actions and a sound alert. And I do that because, again, I have a wireless headset, so sometimes I wander away from my computer, but I'll know the sound. I know the sound that I use for my price alerts. So I can come racing back and seeing what's happening, to see what's happening. Well, the top list gets updated every 30 seconds, Shady. So you in a top list you don't specify the time. It's every 30 seconds. Now, if you're talking about this, I mean, you can obviously do. Okay, yeah. So you can either do change in 1 minute, change in 2 minute for dollars or percent, things like that. Change in 2, 5, 10, 15, if that's what you're talking about. So the percent change in 15 minutes, you have your pick, either in dollars or percent. So if you've got that in a top list, but then that gets updated every 30 seconds. So you could do things like, well, you know, just as a filter, as a column, just to see what's happening, or you could say, oh, only show me things that have moved, you know, 1% in the last 15 minutes at least, and use it as a filter in your top list, and then have it as a column so you see exactly what it was. If that makes sense? Does that make sense? Oh, Lonesome Dove, I didn't see your question. Go on some. Yeah, okay. So I'm sorry, Lonesome Dove, I didn't see your question. So what that means is if you click on a new low or a new high, what it's looking at is looking at the next low on the daily chart or the next high on the daily chart. That's what that's what that refers to. The next, call it support, if you will. Okay. So that's only if you click on a new high or a new low, and then it'll say something like that. Typically, you also see a red line, a dotted line on the chart that indicates it. Well, Sava's on the move, guys, but what an area for it to try to take out that $50 level. All right, I'm just kind of looking at some thumbnail charts, not seeing anything really happening on my thumbnail charts. Yeah, too bad that Interactive Brokers anyway cannot short this KSCP. This is really starting to give it up. This LDI is kind of intriguing. LDI, it's an earnings play. It is rebounded very nicely. It's only 30 cents under now. 30 cents from yesterday's close. Ah, shoot. That was a nice one. Yeah, Shady. I lost sight. I was going to short I wanted to short that Disca. Just because it's got way more volume than the Disc K, you could have taken either one of them. Oh, there's this one. You guys were talking about Sierra. SRRA. Boy, look at this. I mean, it's only one and a, I know. Look at the lifetime range. I mean, this was maybe even higher at one point. Yeah, I mean, look at this. Remember, this has had, I don't know how many reverse splits it's gone through. At one point, though, split adjusted. This was like a $1,300 stock for SSRA. So that's why when you look at it, you think, well, how can this only be 1.5% off its lifetime low? Well, that's why. RIVN, is it on the way down now? No. Oh, wow. Wow, that is a big pop now for Riven. Yeah, you got to be super careful with this one, this SRRA. So last week's high was what, 29.48, so it's above last week's high now. Getting close to that magic 30. And Fun got halted. Fun just got halted. Look at this. Fun just got halted. See if there's any news that's popping in here yet. It's not an earnings play, so but Fun just got halted. Maybe somebody's made an offer for them or something. It doesn't trade that much. I mean, that's half the volume right here. 221,470, almost half the volume. 6 is going with Fun, so maybe is there a merger or something that's taking place? So C's is the takeover offer for fun. Okay, so C is going down. Probably is. Wow, look at this. Yeah, up and down, up and down. Wow. All right, guys, I'm just starting to check some of these earnings plays. You know, remember the B set yesterday? That was a nice little trade. The BSET. There's an earnings. I'm just checking to see if there's anything kind of interesting. The NMR is there, but I think there's just too much resistance. Not that far away, so. Meanwhile, Fetch is on the way up. FTCH. Okay, well, first of all, here's your link for the test drive link, okay? So there's your test drive link, Crystal. Now, also, if you check out my homepage, there's an education section with a channel with the, okay? Now, if you click on my homepage link, and here's the education section, okay? So here is our user guide. But I think I have to give you this link for the lessons, okay? Because for some reason you have to be a subscriber to see the 20 lessons. So here's the link for the 20 lessons. And that'll get you started about, you know, some of the basic features of trade ideas, okay? Well, it's hard for me to answer that question, Crystal. I mean, everybody's different. Depends on your, you know, how I can't. It's hard for me to answer that question. I mean, everybody has a different learning curve. Depends, you know, if you're an experienced trader, probably not as much because at least you're understanding, you know, the filters and the alerts that we have. But if you're absolutely brand new, you know, it's not just our software. You got to learn how to trade the market. Oh my goodness, I was going to take this one on a 12 break and I just completely lost sight of it. The TGTX was just having a great comeback. You know, I mean, it got hammered 3 days ago. I was actually going to take this one in the simulator to show you how to do it. Boy, oh boy, I mean, I would like to see this pull back just a little bit. This has just done a great run. I mean, the low of 8 3 days ago, and now up to 1238, nice 50% run. Oh man, if this pulls back just a little bit here, TGTX. Now, as we get more and more into the day, guys, this little race car, I mean, this is just looking at my watch list, okay? It's all it's looking at. Excuse me. So what is going to start happening? I mean, right now it's taking 30 seconds, sort of like gentlemen start up your engines. It's taking 30 seconds for the races to begin. And this is going to be reduced to 5 seconds. I can't tell you when that's going to happen, but that is what's going to happen. So what I've done, what we've got here, this is on auto race. What I mean by that, and you can have your own, you can have races looking at your own watch list if you want, or your own top list if you want. You know, you take your top list, you know, here's your top list, you right click, and you launch the real-time race. Okay, so if you had a top list of things that you wanted to follow, and it's based on the columns that you've got. So, you know, I mean, if you had a change from the open or change from the close as a column, then you can race on that. In other words, you're sorting on it. Okay, and so what I've done is I've also put this on auto rerun. So that's why, you know, it's a 2-minute race, and then it starts again. I don't have to restart the race every time. I just put it on auto rerun. I think there's a little video on all that. Look at Hut. Yeah, so you need the beta, JJ. You need the beta. If you're using the beta, it works. Oh, you are using the beta. Then I have no idea why it's not working. Because 0.60 is the beta version. I don't know why it's not working. You seem to have a problem with the linking too yesterday. Okay, so first of all, yeah, Crystal, it is on the web, but if you can, it's way more powerful using it on the on a piece on like our app, the downloadable application. Okay, the web-based version is not bad, but it's certainly, you know, if you're asking me, you know, what you should do if you have the choice, absolutely use the application. Okay. Yeah, GWAC just popped up, yep. But it could come right back down. I mean, that's the problem with this one, you know. I mean, they're very, very choppy. Yeah, you must have something going on in your computer, JJ, because I did see the discussion you had with Chris and with the linking. I have no idea why that linking is an issue. That's the tough part for, you know, support sometimes. I mean, there are all sorts of different computer configurations out there, and, you know, just something is for whatever reason is just blocking your ability to do what you want to do. I mean, obviously for the vast majority of our customers, that's not the case. All right, I'm watching Perry here for a short, P-E-R-I for a short. Got up to 62, pulling back a little bit. That came from Zach's topping tail scan. We're just looking, eyeing this 8 EMA here. It's kind of far away. Well, I read the Mo's wrong, MOS. Now, I probably had a pullback at some point, but not really. A little one here, but MOS, I mean, it's still got room now. I mean, 43.89. I'm saying here's a dollar. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that's the next high looking left. Well, what I would do, Crystal, is you can take a look at the dock channel bar. There are all sorts of different layouts here. Um, okay, so you can have most of what you see, but these are individual scans, okay? And you just kind of go to my homepage, you can pick and choose the scans that you might like to see. I may create a layout for the test drive. The problem is these are all docked, and you know what I'm saying? You see how they're all tied together, and a lot of people don't have docking. But the individual scans, I'm sharing a lot of individual scans. So to get started, you can take a look. Go to the dock channel bar, and here are all the individual scans that we have. A momentum scan, pre-market, earnings, things like that. You know what I would do is I would just take a look at some of the channels that we've got. They're all theme based. You don't have to learn everything. You know, the whole idea of it though is that you get. You know, I have no idea what sort of a trader you are, what you like to see. You know, the pat answer is I like to see stocks that are going to make me money. I get it, but and not really a lot of settings to play with. I mean, they're all pre-configured, okay? So there's nothing you really have to do. You can adjust things, you know, when you see a scan. Adjust things when you see a scan because you can always right click on any scan we've got. You right click, configure, and then click on summary, and it'll tell you what it's looking for. You know, and so you might look at that, and you know, here's the volume is at least 150,000 shares. You might look at that and go, I'd rather it be 200 or 500 or a million, whatever. You make a change. All right, Perry, what do you got? Well, there's the DWAC. Now, I had an alert for DWAC at 77.57, I think, because... Now, this is from yesterday, I guess. No, there's no question. It's had a nice 3-day run, almost $10. Be interesting to see is that February 21st or 22nd? Is that still a something that people are thinking is going to happen? That's when the site will launch. Any update on that? So HLIT has been a little choppy, okay? It's not been as smooth as I would like it to be, so I'm backing off this one. I was really looking to short this one, but I just find it a little too choppy. I'd like to see something more like the AVXL at the beginning, okay? You know, that just went boom, dropped about a dollar just like that before it came up. So I don't understand what you mean. It seems okay. Well, it depends on your broker. You know, a question in our YouTube room seems to like hard to short stocks today. So again, it really depends on your broker. You know, I mean, looking at XMTR, you know, 200,000 shares available at IB. So it really depends on your broker. Well, I'm shorted, so I mean, what do I think about it? I hope it goes down. Perry, okay? I said, let's see, you know, I said I wanted to short this one. And then I said, okay, let's see what you got. And that's, I don't want to tell people to short or follow me. You know, I just said that it showed up on Zach's scan before. It did a pop up and now it's come down. I don't know where it's going, but I am short this one. Oh, you didn't hear that? Okay. Yeah, so I can't answer that. I mean, somebody's saying in our YouTube room, I mean, the AI is looking at stocks that are hard to short. All depends on your broker. So far, I'm liking it. Well, that's for you though, Zeno. Okay, that's for you. You know, TD. I mean TDA. I look at C's. There's 2 million shares available at Interactive Brokers. Boyle 300,000 shares. Half a million. So you know what? I mean, if you want to short, maybe TDA is it's not great for shorting. It's that simple. Because all four of those that are short from the AI are available, no problem, at IB as an example. So you know what? I mean, we can't do anything about that. So I've sort of scalped out of the Perry guys. I mean, the market is, so it didn't do too badly. And I'll share that topping program. Okay, please save it when I share these scans. Please save them. Okay, save them to the cloud. Oh, come on, come on, come on, a little slow. There we go. Yeah, I mean, IB has always had a reputation, for, having shorts available. But it really, I mean, sometimes you'll see shorts available in E-Trade and not in IB and vice versa. But I think overall, IB has a pretty good reputation. I mean, is it center point? No. So Pepe is saying you have to join the HTB, the hard to borrow program, to short HTB stocks at TD. So there you go. Again, you get what you pay for, guys. Everybody screams and yells about IB charging half a cent a share. Well, you get what you pay for. That's all I can say. Man, I've just watched Mosaic take off without me all day long. MOS. I don't know what most people do, Crystal. I can only say what I do. Whatever plan I've got, I don't even know anymore. Maybe $10 a month, and I use I think it's half a cent a share. It's not great if you're looking to trade $10,000 of a sub $1 stock and things like that. Obviously, but I have a feeling even then you can negotiate with IB and something like that. But it's just I'm just not. That's not my style of trading though. Anyway. Well, and PJ, exactly. I mean, if I look at IB and there are not shorts available, you're right. I could phone IB and maybe get them to locate them for me, etc. If they're not available right away, I don't care. Just move on. Plus, by the time they locate them for me, I mean, by that time, the play could be over. So I mean, still no bounce plays from you, Zach, on your bounce scanner. Nothing. Not that I've seen anyway. There you go, Zeno. So you see, again, that was only it's only was only 0.8 or 1% or something, or even less. So you see how the hut was up here and then it pulled back. There's that red. It just pulled back. Okay, now there's a pullback for TGTX. So if I see something in this race and pulls back here and then it starts to move again, that might be a sign for me to take this. So 12, you would hope that 12.12 or 12.14 will be a decent support area if it pulls all the way back there. It may not. Yeah, I don't use, well, I don't, I've got time in sales here, so I mean, I guess I don't use level two. I don't look at, I don't, I don't even know what I pay. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know what I pay for at IB. Whatever it is, it's just the cost of doing business. But I don't, I mean, I may have access to level two. I don't even know, but I don't use it. I don't look at the bid and the ask and see what's stacked up. I just don't do it. And that is something that, it's a personal preference. I just find that too many games being played, bids and asks get put in, yanked, etc. So too many games. But listen, like Zach uses it, others in the room find an advantage to use it. Great. That's not for me to say, because I don't do something, that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it or you should follow me. And when I say you, I don't mean you, Crystal. I'm just talking in general. Bottom line is, if it works, if you find a way to make anything work, keep doing it. I'm not a big indicator guy. But if you can find a way to use MACD and RSI and all that on your charts, etc., you can find a way to make it work, great. Wow, it's 11:33 already, so in about a little less than half an hour, I'll be taking my break. Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room. Okay, so you can head over there if you want while I'm on my break. Man, bad call by me on the mosaic, thinking that it might stall here. Well, I guess I must be lucky with the IB. I picked a plan I liked 5 years ago, and I haven't changed. And I haven't had to call them, haven't had to do anything. No, 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 no. IB is worldwide. IB is a big international broker. Whoa, look at AMC now. Yeah, one of the massive, massive differences between IB in Canada and the United States, of course, is, well, just in general, any broker, we don't have a PDT rule in Canada. So there's no limit. Yeah, so, pattern day trading rule. We don't have that in Canada. So in the States, typically you've got to have a $25,000 in your broker's account if you want to have margin and all that. I guess if you settle in cash, etc., then you don't have to worry about it as much. But anyway, bottom line, in Canada, there's none of that. Yeah, you must. But that's, again, Vicky. I mean, you. I mean, I've just never, ever, ever, ever been upset with IB in terms of their speed and all that. But I guess if you're, I mean, I don't know what the difference would be side by side. No, you see, the market came roaring back after that 45 minutes of being down. The market came roaring back. Now there's some red bars here, but it's been trading. It's been choppy today, guys. Well, Matterport is kind of doing what I was hoping it would do, earlier on in the day without dropping all the way down to 950 and now being back up to 1090 or 1090, 1029, but just finding it a little too choppy. Okay, just a minute. My headset just died on me. All right, I am back. Okay, what the heck are you? Goodness Growth Holdings, GDNSF, medicinal and botanical manufacturing. Okay, so cannabis play, a lot of volume today. Never seen this one before. GDNSF. I mean, it looks like an IPO here, but I have my doubts. Oh, it's a pink sheet stock. Okay. Is it really? It doesn't appear that way in my IB platform. GDNSF. Well, the interesting thing is, I think I discontinued my pink sheet because I just wasn't trading it at all. OTC at IB. So even though it's listed as a pink here, can you guys confirm this? This looks like it's actually, I don't know if it's NASDAQ or, but it doesn't look like it's a pink anymore. Well, unless they reinstate it. No, I discontinued my OTC account with IB several years ago. I just because I'm not interested. I mean, it was only a couple of dollars. I know. I think they asked me though if I wanted it. I said, nah, I don't need it. I know we say it, but not necessarily that 5 letters. Not necessarily. Disca as an example. I'll just use that as an example. Obviously, this is not a pink sheet stock. Yeah, I know it is definitely a pink sheet stock. Yeah, I'm just surprised I have the correct bid ask etc. and the charting from Interactive Brokers. AMC guys, severe rippage now. AMC severe rippage and GME is following suit. Of course, the two big meme stocks, but AMC had earnings such as they were. One moment, please. All right, guys, sorry about that. How's Bed Bath & Beyond doing? BBBY? Is it following? I haven't seen it on any one of my scanners. Yeah, so the meme, they're not over. Okay, so we're getting a lot of noise out here. I'm sure you can hear it. Street racing. Not exactly, but lawnmower racing. Well, you got to live in God's country, Vancouver, and you don't have to worry about that stuff. ARVL, guys, ARVL, what are you doing? So let's see, 426 was yesterday's high. It's on the move a little bit here. It's had a nice day yesterday after being thumped for a few days. Yeah, orphan stocks, I mean, typically, you have to know what an orphan stock is, of course. Usually not going to generate a lot of revenue at all. That's the whole idea. But, it's a kind of a feel good, but they don't usually, they don't last in terms of a market pop. Again, usually, I mean, I'm certainly not an expert, but the orphan drug typically has very, very little, not a big market for the drug. All right, I do want to make sure it is Michael coming into our YouTube room at noon. Yeah, you can, yes, Crystal, you can use this window, this Brokerage Plus window that we call Brokerage Plus. You can use it to trade from within Trade Ideas, linking to your IB account, yes. This link here has the short video. There are two videos on that link. The short video shows you how you actually do it. You still need, of course, your data plan from IB, Interactive Brokers. But yeah, if you want to trade using this window from within Trade Ideas, yes. Not that I'm aware of, Crystal. You know, there are people in here who probably use it, and they can tell you. I only use it to practice simulation trading. Okay, I usually demonstrate that. In fact, let's just do one. To show you how you can easily take a trade. I'll pick, let's do 300 shares. We'll buy it at the market. The spread is okay. Yeah, I see, it doesn't bother me at all, the interface, okay? I don't give a rip about the interface. I'll just say it like that. I know people say, it's terrible. To me, a brokerage platform, it's a commodity. If it executes well, gives me, you know, doesn't freeze up on me, that's all I care about. And for 5 years I've had it. Does it look pretty? No. But I'm way, way, way over function than form when it comes to something like that. You know, give me something that performs well all the time. You know, I don't care. You know, I'm not staring at it, so it doesn't matter what it looks like to me. It just executes the trades. That's all I care about. Is it pretty? No. Well, I'm only talking brokerage platforms, Jay. Yeah, I mean, it is an embarrassment. I mean, they should improve it. I absolutely agree. But, you know, I know I sound like a broken record. I've had it for 5 years. I had to phone them once in the first week. That's it. Nothing, you know, they had that brief blip last week, I guess, but there were a lot of data outages. But in 5 years, it's been a tremendously stable program. That's all I care about. When you're dealing with money, you know, you tell me what you'd rather have. Something that looks really pretty that doesn't execute as well as you'd like it to be, or something that looks ugly but it really, really, really works every time. You tell me when you are, you know, dealing with money. So what it is, Michael? Okay, so Michael will be. What time is it now? 11:53. So in about 7 minutes, Michael will be in our YouTube room. I'll put the link in, so if you want to head over there while I'm on my break, again, he is way more experienced using Brokerage Plus, and also, back testing his own strategies, things like that. So you can ask him questions like that or anything. I mean, he's there for the hour. Wow, look at the Sierra, over 30 now. Oh, it was. What am I seeing here? I'm sorry, this is the wrong. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong window. Man, look at Dave. Dave's almost an all-time high now. Almost an all-time high. Look at this. Another 26 cents or so. It'll be an all-time high for Dave. I'd like to just be able to hold this sort of thing and be able to withstand the whip that happens intraday. Boy, Dave is not shortable at Interactive Brokers. I don't know if it's ever been shortable, but it is not shortable at Interactive Brokers. So this XMTR from the AI as a short, I'm not in it. I don't typically take the ones over 20, but mildly working. 43.28, 42.61. If this continues down, this could turn into a pretty nice short. I mean, it's almost an all-time low. Obviously, an IPO back here a few months ago. The all-time low looks like it's this month, 2 months ago, which is of 40.38. This trading room, as I like to call it, it's open not every day, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay. Yeah, my Dave. Yes, my Dave. I love how I mentioned a stock, 2 years ago, and it's my stock. I'm kidding you, Zach, but somebody says your stock. So look at Dave. Yeah, Dave. I mean, it's no, I know, Zach, I know. But some people say your, and it's some stock I might have mentioned 3 months ago, and it might be moving. If that's the case, the whole stock market's my stock, because I probably mentioned every stock at least once in 5 years.
All right, everyone, let's just start here by testing the sound. Cool. And that worked. And now I just need to hit that button. Cool. Okay, so I see everything working on this end. Thank you all for coming. Again, if you're new here at all, what we do is we give Barry some much needed time off, give him a little bit of a lunch break, and we open up the room to live Q&A to make sure that if anyone has any questions about trade ideas or trading or anything like that, I will be here for the next hour to help you out with that. I'll just type hi in chat like I always do, just so you know if links get shared or something later. That's me. Just logged in under my YouTube channel. I am, kind of just the resident math nerd around here is probably one of the best ways to put it, where I do a lot of the algorithm building, things like that, work on Holly and the Market Explorer algorithms and that type of thing as a chartered market technician, along with a kind of quantitative trader. So my style, and the reason I like saying this every time is because everybody has different styles of all the traders you see in Trade Ideas, and pretty much everyone who's in support and that type of thing is a trader in some way. I'm a swing trader who basically focuses on quantitative stuff first. 1 second, sorry. There's probably a squirrel outside or something. I apologize if anyone else's dogs got triggered there. Yeah, so that's kind of where I look at it. I look at quantitative models to try to figure out what it is I'm going to trade, and then use my technical analysis and stuff from there. Nice. So that's just the way I look at it. So questions, as always. I always like to say that I don't really have anything prepared when I come here at all. Just because I want to make sure that there's questions. And hey, Mike C, how's it going? Speaking of TI strength, which again, this is the algorithm that I'm working on. Had a really boring week last couple weeks, which is perfect. We had a lot of people emailing in saying nothing's triggering. And I was like, hey, look at the SPY. Aren't you happy that nothing was triggering when the SPY is tanking like that? But we had a lot of triggers this week and come yesterday, and a lot of them are looking okay. Duke, I guess not so much. CMP, I guess we're about to break even there, but getting a little bit of an energy pullback today. This PKG was awesome. I actually got some of this trade on Friday. When we broke 150, I moved my stop just under 150. That was a great trade. I'm still in the bulk of it, but I always like to pay myself a little bit. And this VIRT, I really like the look of this one as well. So it's going to be interesting, right? Still a lot of week left. It's only Tuesday. We got a lot to go. And then down here, you can see all of the ones that are setting up right now. A lot of them from different countries, which is very interesting because they it's interesting. It just means that like the top 3 here, at least. What about 4? Yeah, top 4. What about top 5? Okay, so you have to go to the 5th symbol down in TI strength until you find a American name. Just kind of pointing me towards that. Although America is pulling back quite a bit, there's still a lot of opportunity out there in other countries. And this is definitely something I encourage U.S. traders to do, and I don't think a lot of them do, is, you know, America's not the only place to put your money, and you don't even need accounts in different countries in order to do that. You can simply just go, okay, I'll trade the ADRs, like SBLK, I think is a bulk shipper. Yeah. Deep sea transportation, and that's at a Greece. And look at this support up here at about 24 bucks. So, you could get some, if we get over that $24 on the weekly chart, just a nice giant bull flag. So if that's going to continue, you got some potential gains there. So first question, how do I build my own bull flag scan? Well, you just need to know what defines a bull flag scan to you. Now, I will say there is a glitch right now with our bull flag scan that I hope is going to be corrected, or maybe it is. Let me see. Oh, yeah. So this was updated last night. Finally, there is some issues with it there. No, I still don't think that's right. No, that's definitely still not. It's definitely still not right. Oh no, I guess some of it. We need to tweak this as well. But yeah, you just need to know how you define a bull flag, right? And then find the relevant filters there. So I think I may have one to get you going that uses moving averages. You got to always remember the issue with pattern recognition stuff is it's very, very subjective. So what... bull flag daily scan. You can give this a try, right? You set 10 technicians down in a room, and you give them all the same chart, and they may all completely disagree with what's a bull flag and what's a bear flag. So, just note that, right? Time frame, how long do you want the pole to be? How long do you want the flag to be, right? All of these things are super important when it comes to this pattern recognition style of trading. So I would just make sure that you're aware of that, right, it's going to be, it's a very personal thing, right? You got to make sure that whatever you're looking at is distinctly personal to whatever you're looking at. But because making a super serious one, where if someone said, hey, a bull flag to me is right up one day and then over 3, right, that's going to be maybe somebody's definition of it, but it wouldn't be everyone's definition of it. So just maybe take that as a base and start to tweak with it based off your time frame, based off whatever it is that's in your written and tested trading plan that you spent so much time and energy building. Yeah, this one's looking for a pretty decent change in 2 days, and then a pretty chill day change in 5 days. So, well, that's the thing, right? So you just have to tweak them based off whatever you define as a bull flag, right? So someone could say, for example, this WPM, that's a great bull flag on a weekly chart, but then you may look at the daily chart and say, well, that's not a bull flag at all for me, right? So this is why we give the ability to customize in these scanners. We hope the Market Explorer is going to incorporate what most people are looking for, and we're constantly updating and tweaking and doing some of this stuff, and it's quite a bit of the work that I do in the back end. But again, it's going to be different to everyone based off entirely what it is that what you look at as a trader, right? And that's great, and that's what makes a market, and that's super important. That's why I always say that the people who don't have their own plan, they don't have their own style, they're just, hey, give me the scan that will make me money, or give me the thing that will make me money. They're doomed to failure, right? Because if I say, oh yeah, you just trade bull flags, away you go, and I send you on your way. Well, again, my definition of a bull flag may be different than your definition of a bull flag. Maybe different than someone else's definition of a bull flag. So right, it's going to be a varied thing based off of, whatever anyone's looking at. But my goal is with the Market Explorer to try to capture enough that would be what an average person would see, and go from there. Would I use customs to give wiggle rooms to bull flags? No, I would just, right, you've got to, like I'm assuming, and again, if you don't have a written and tested trading plan in which you follow the market, I'm sorry, but you're going to be one of those that has a bad time. But assuming that you do, you have, screenshots or drawings or pictures of what a bull flag means to you. So that would be, X numbers of days up, that would have to be X percent, and then X numbers of days over, and that would have to be Y percent. And right, all of these things you have written down, you have tested, you have a reason for why you set all these things up the way you do. And then I would just make sure that you're building that exact thing. And it may be time, make sure you're looking in the past, because there may not, when you build the scan, it may come up blank today, but it just might be because there's no bull flags today, which is certainly possible, because if you look at the market, we're up pretty significantly in the last 3 to 4 days. So the odds are that something moved up, right? For a bull flag to exist right now, you would need something that moved up while the market was tanking, and then as the market was rising, moved sideways. So make sure you go back in time, because of course, not every technical pattern is valid for every moment in every market. That's one of the big things. A lot of people, what they'll do is they'll say, okay, well, I'm going to build a bull flag right now. And they just don't understand that it might not be, your scans today might not give you anything, because there might not be anything for today. So it makes sense to then go and say, okay, well, if that's the case, then let me go and look when a suitable time for a bull flag would be. So probably the most suitable time I see on the chart for a bull flag would kind of be right in this area, right? The SPY was kind of putting in a bull flag, had a big push up, and then it was chopping sideways. So if you say, okay, I'm going to run my scans, but I want to make sure that I'm looking at near the end of the year, right? And then if I'm finding a lot of things, then I'm probably doing a way better job. Again, a bull flag to exist over the last 2 months would have had to been going up as the market was tanking, and then would have to be going sideways as the market was ripping. So I don't even think necessarily that pattern would make sense right now in this market. I apologize here, but I'm just writing on my iPad because I just had an idea while we're thinking about it. So again, these scans are going to be constantly updated, and constantly tweaked. Where again, we're going to try to fit what most people do, but it's one of those, every time I build something new in the Market Explorer, I can then go back and reference that over time. So I just had an idea to try something when we're done here for another flag. Yeah. So again, whatever you're doing, just make sure you customize it to your trading plan. If you don't have a plan, I gotta say, right, you're at an insane disadvantage. You're playing a game against Goldman Sachs and it's billions of dollars, and all of that stuff. I understand it's subjective. I use the Market Explorer. Sometimes it misses. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is you're never going to get. That's why none of these are like, algos that you could just throw in Brokerage Plus, is because, especially with these patterns that are subjective, there are times where I build out patterns and I go, yeah, that's technically right, but it's not something that I'd ever trade. So, it's one of those things you always have to gamble on. The more precise you make your scan, just the less stuff it's going to show. So you have to find that middle ground to, okay, how long does it take me to scan through the junk versus how many opportunities would I miss if that junk wasn't there? I hope that makes sense. I hope I'm describing that correctly. But it's like, I would personally rather, because for me, going through a chart, and this is, I've been doing this for years, so you kind of develop, I guess, an eye for it. But for me, going through a chart takes a second or two. So I would rather let in a whole bunch of junk, knowing that if there's, 20 junk symbols in there, that's taking me a minute out of my nightly routine to filter those out. So I would rather have those in order to allow more data in than to cut those out and then also have maybe some missed opportunities. So when you're building a scan, you always have to keep that in mind, is what is your, how much junk are you okay with? Now, if I build a scan and there's 1,000 junk symbols and there's 10 good ones, that's not worth my time. But if I build a scan and there's 100 symbols in it and 20 or 30 of them are junk, I'm still going to consider that a good scan, because filtering out those 20 or 30 as I'm going through those 100 symbols is only going to take a few seconds, right? I just go, okay, no, not that one, not that one. And it's like some of these bull flags you'll see all the time are actually buyouts. And in my eye, it's pretty easy to find and filter out a buyout. So like this RRD, RH Donnelly and Sons. Technically a bull flag, right? Especially if you look on the weekly chart. All of these gaps I would just instantly filter it out. So just on to the next one, right? So it would take me about 2 seconds to say, not a fan of that. Ava, right? Getting tight here up at the top. So technically a bull flag, but this one's a little bit less quantifiable, but it's just very choppy. It doesn't move very much for me. So that'd take me another 2 seconds and I'd go, okay, I'm out. What was it? Pulte Holmes PM that I like the look of. So this one, I would say, okay, now it's time to write down this one. Oh, sorry, not Pulte Holmes, Philip Morris. Right, to say, okay, obviously a bull flag, big strong push up, and then we've chopped sideways for a bit. So that's obviously a bull flag. If we get over these highs, maybe things will continue from there, right? And, just continue CAG, CAG, right? Strong push up, and now it's putting in this kind of bull flag pattern. This one I like as well. And just, right, again, I would rather the junk as opposed to missing the trade, but someone else may not, right? So that's going to be a personal preference too. It's always the issue making software for something that's so subjective as trading. That's why I'm trying to do a lot more algorithms, like TI Strength, for example, is a self-contained algorithm. There'll be a lot of bull flags always in TI Strength, like AEG, right? So that's another way to take a look at them. This EFR is kind of bull flag look to it. Not so much there. But I guess if you're looking on the weekly chart, most of these will be bull flags. And again, it's going to be because this is less pattern recognition and more just this algorithm that pastes everything on top of him, right? So it's a pretty substantial looking algorithm. So it's got 20 or 30 different ideas and everything behind it. This SM actually looks nice. It's funny, if you look at everything in TI strength right now, most things, you're talking financials and energy. And that's because even when the market was selling off, the XLF held up way better. And then the XLE, which is energy, did great, right? We're breaking out to new 52-week highs in energy, whereas the market's barely able to recover. And this has been just something that's fantastic that, I don't, not to brag or anything, but when everyone was freaking out that the market was selling and all these growth stocks were getting hammered, I've been loving this market it just because of TI strength, right? It's to the point now. I'm thinking of doing a series on my YouTube channel where the only thing I open up an account, I don't know, put 20K or whatever in it, and then the only thing that comes out of that account is TI strength, and just track it through a year and see how I could do, because it's amazing. It did great in this market. Basically just said focus on energy, ignore growth, ignore everything else, focus on energy plays. Here's energy plays, here's financials, here's insurance, here's all of these things. And even though none of them, you're not going to get something that just explodes to the moon, but you're still making money and breaking even while the market is absolutely falling apart and everyone else is panicking because they're holding Peloton that's going to zero, and so on and so forth, right? So again, I was just very happy to be in the right names, like my buddy JC always says, if you want to be in the strongest names, just buy the strongest names. Right? It is without a shadow of a doubt, a boring way to trade, because you're not, buying these insane dips that are happening and trying to get, I think ARK is up is ARK up again today? Because I think as of yesterday, when Jim Cramer called the bottom in ARK by saying that this thing was going to zero, or I forget his exact terms, but he's definitely bearish on it. It's up another 2% today. So it's probably up 17 to 20% from those lows. So, and that's something I think when it comes to trading, you have to always decide is, do you want the exciting life where you're trying to buy the stuff that's tanking, and yes, when you nail it, you'll make a bunch of money? Or do you want the easy life in which you're just rotating into strong names that are pulling back or breaking out? feeling they're trading asses off. Yeah, well, that's kind of the way I look at it. And again, if you nail the top, if you nail the bottom, it's super fun. Like there's no one would deny, if you bought ARK 2-3 days ago, the amount of money you would be able to make would be huge, right? Like 20% return in 3 days. That's super fun. And you get that weird human satisfaction of, I was right, right? And I think that's a big part of it for people too, right? You go, okay, I was right. I bought it here when everyone else thought it was shit, and they were all wrong, and I was right. And I think that's part of it. Same with picking tops, right? Well, if you shorted ARK here, man, you made a lot of money quickly, and you were super happy to do it. But the question is, how often are you going to do that? How often are you going to do that for, how often are you going to get killed versus how much are you going to stress because you're being underwater? Whereas, if you buy a CMP, right, a nice strong name, you buy it yesterday right here as it's breaking out, yes, you're not going to get a 20-30% move on this thing in a single day, but if it continues to outperform the market as it has and the market bounces, then you can get 5, 6, 10% over a couple weeks. And what I think Sean calls it the 25 Delta lifestyle, where he spends a lot of time at the beach and stuff. Hi, Michael. TraderDeals should have a channel with TI Strength besides the one you created every week. It does. If you click on the TI Strength channel, it's got this list down here at the bottom. This updates every 10 seconds. So you get new symbols every 10 seconds. And that's just right under the TI Strength channel over here. So yeah, these will update every 10 seconds with new symbols. Generally speaking, you won't get new symbols every 10 seconds. You will get... So yeah, that's been like that for months now. But yeah, so I should reiterate, it updates every few seconds, but because it's it incorporates a lot of daily data, you won't get you won't get new symbols all the time, because if a symbol's the strongest, it could stay the strongest for days before it gets knocked out and something replaces it. But on the bottom, you have a taskbar that will actually tell you how many seconds ago. Let me just move my face here. How many seconds ago this updated. So you can see it's 9, 10, 11, 12, and then back. So it's somewhere between like 10 or whatever, right? You'll be able to see it. Just click on the TI Strength channel. There's only 2 scans. The one down here, that's updated every 10 seconds. It's got a timestamp on it showing you the date that it came up. So this one's saying February. No, right below that in the channel. Let me do it again. I'll click on the channel. Actually, I'll move to the Holly channel just to make sure, right? This is, and it's not version dependent. It's not anything, just the channel. Make sure you're using the downloaded would be the only thing. I click on TI Strength. Ooh. computer. Oh, sorry, it's not done loading. Got mad at me there. So I click on TI strength, it opens up, and there you go. It's right down there. Right there. So yeah, this is the global market. Well, it's again, Trade Ideas only scans the U.S. equity market, but we have little flags that tells you where the company of origin is. So SPLK is from Greece. MOS, that's definitely American. AGCBL, right? The flag up here, right? That one's Bermuda. So yeah, they're there. Not the top 5, right? Hundreds. There's 960 rows in this list. You can see right from the bottom. So everything we scan in the U.S. market. And again, it's been like that for months. Don't know what to tell you other than if you're on the downloaded version and you click the TI Strength Alerts channel, there's only a couple windows, right? So it's not this one because that's a chart. It's not that one because that's a chart. It's not that one or this one or this one. It's this guy right here, black and white one. Right, it's this guy down here. And if you click on the Strength Alerts channel, it's there. Again, if you're on the downloaded version, it's for sure there. Now, again, if you're on an old version that doesn't have the Market Explorer, that could be, I guess, could be another thing. So you should go to our website and update to the latest beta. Make sure you're opening a docked channel, and it's there. It's certainly there. I actually just typed in the room, and they're all seeing them. So again, make sure you're on a docked channel, not on the floating channel bar. Yeah, so Perfect Circle sees it there too. So it's in there for everyone. Just make sure you're on the latest beta. Make sure you're on a docked channel, not the floating channel bar. And it's for sure there. So Iris, you say you're on the latest beta. What version? So go count docked channel, new, and then docked channel bar right here. So I'll open up a brand new one just to prove it to you guys. And I am on the latest beta. And you scroll down and you click TI Strength Alerts. And there she is. Right there. So like, when did you upgrade to the beta? I would go install it again because it's for sure there. And it's been there for months. I remember updating it a while ago. Nope, not under the Market Explorer. New, let me close her all down. I'll do her again one more time real slow. And if it's not here, you guys just are not on the latest version. So you go new, right? So you see new, docked channel bar right here. So this line, you go up 3 from that, and you open that up. And then you go down to strength alerts, and you click on that. And there it is right there. Of course, I'm on a new beta that's breaking everything. But yeah, it's right there. Now you can also, if you'd like, go new Market Explorer window. If you just want the single window, you can go new Market Explorer, which is right there. Right, and that will open up, let's put it right here. We'll open up this window right here. And if you right click under server window, you can just hit TI strength, and that will have it as well. But yeah, just right in the channel. Yeah, we put it there a while ago just for that very reason. So we said, we'll give them the ones that refresh daily. Now, again, these have to be traded around a written and tested trading plan. You just don't take them just for the sake of taking them. But for a scanning tool, I find the other ones. Someone tells Sean that he was loading them up. Well, he likes to have it from his own window as well, right? Which he can. You can grab any of the scans from the Market Explorer from that window. But he's got his own layout with his Brokerage Plus and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, he is, and that's just the way he does it. He's just a different mentality on it. He just wants to build a portfolio of all the strongest names and rotate around into them. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but yeah, even in the this that comes with every one for those 5 symbols, their entry prices and exit prices. The way I'm going to trade them, I think, for my YouTube series that I'll put together is a strong look at the overall market first, because I think that the easiest way that you can make sure that your returns are more consistent is just sidestep a bad market, right? Just go to a bad, if you see, an undesirable market, just by sidestepping it, right? Just by saying, okay, this is not the time to trade right now. There's a buddy of JC's I've talked to a few times. I really like Fami is his name. And he just kind of has a philosophy that if the market is below, for his trading style, and part of his trading plan is if the overall market is under the 50-period moving average, he goes and plays golf. Right? So he puts a 50-period moving average on it. And when we break that, he goes, I'm not going to trade right now. Right? And, he would, no power, I don't think he would tell you specifically to that moving average, but it's just he knows that for his style of trading, which is more kind of relative strength, breakout style trading, that the market being in some sort of general uptrend is a way to do it. I'm working on an algorithm right now for myself that's going to be a more investment style algorithm. And for that, I'm using the 10 period on the weekly. And I'm just saying, only take these trades if the 10 period on the weekly is up, right? So let's ban that guy. Right, and again, it's to each your own. You could hand. There was an old there was an old saying, basically back at the prop firm I used to work at. It's tradition, and this is probably, I guess, anyone who's worked at a prop firm. It's tradition that the older experienced traders take the new traders, and for the first little bit, they pair them up. So there'll be an old trader and a new trader on a sim next to him, kind of just looking over his shoulder and saying, "Well, why do you buy there, and why do you sell there, and what do you think of this, and blah blah," just to pick his brain. And there was one old guy who his mentality was what we'd always say. I'm trying to get the quote. I got to remove the expletives. But basically said he could give the new traders tomorrow's paper and they'd still find a way to lose money, which is a lot more cursing than that would say. But his point was that essentially, yeah, it's there for sure. It's 100%. Everyone else, I think, found it. So we'll go through it again. But yeah, his idea was that until they develop their own plan, whatever was shown to them was kind of irrelevant. So you go two ways. You go new docked channel bar. You click on that. You scroll down to TI strength alerts. I passed it. Where is it? Strength alerts right here. The little comic book thing. And away you go. It's right down here. The other way you get to it is you go new and you go Market Explorer. If the Market Explorer is not there, then you're still not on the new version. You click new Market Explorer, and then that opens up right here, and then you just right click it, and under server window, you just click TI strength. But for sure, I actually just, while we were chatting, I pinged in our Slack. Everybody sees it. So yeah, so you're not on the latest beta if there's no Market Explorer. You probably just went and downloaded the first thing you saw. The beta we put under that. So you got to go down further. So you got to scroll down. No, nothing to do with the AI. You just didn't download the latest beta, right? So you go trade ideas. Well, this is all available in the standard package, right? You go download. Right, so this one would say the latest production version, so not the beta. So you scroll past this and you go download the newest beta, and then you click that one. And if you guys still don't believe me, I can uninstall Trade Ideas and install this latest beta and then load it up for you if you'd like. But I'm on the same version, right? This is 5.5.60, right? Help about 5.5.60. So I'm on the latest beta there as well. Email into support then. They'll have to do a screen share with you because I just checked. About 5 people in chat were able to do it, and about another 5 in Slack did it. So when you click help and about, right? Help and then down to about. What's this number right here? What's the version number? If it's 5.5.60, then without a shadow of a doubt, you've got access to the Market Explorer. And it should have a date of 01/21/22. So yeah, when you click about, if it's got this number, it's got the Market Explorer. So what's that number right there? I'm still waiting for you. I know there's a bit of a stream lag, so just tell me what the number is there. Because it can't be 5.5.60. Still waiting there. You just hit help and then about. I just don't see you type in the number in there. right? So just the main title bar, and then help and about. Bueller, is this on? Okay, we'll move on. It's certainly there if you have 5.5.60, and if you don't, and again, you're sure it's a docked channel bar. If not, email into support, show some pictures, or record a little screen video of you going to a docked channel bar, just not a regular channel bar, and clicking on TI strength alerts and seeing what it is that you you're seeing. Oh, I clicked on the wrong one. It's gonna like start a race and everything. Any benefits of bar charts over candles? Just personal preference. Both bar charts and candlestick charts have the same data, right? They both have the high, low, open, close, and they're in roughly the same. Way. I kind of like I put in a request. I want to see them thicken these up a bit. They're a little thin for me. But to me, they're just a little cleaner. Like I like bar charts just because they're clean as well. But it's all the same data, right? A docked channel bar, correct. But yeah, so there's no difference. Now, there are some differences to things like, line charts or area charts or things like that. But bar charts and candlestick charts all have the same data. It's just it's a visual thing. Again, I like those as well. If I download the newest version, will I keep the settings I have now? Yep. Now, just in case, right? You should do this all the time anyway. But go File, Save to Cloud, right? Click Entire Layout right here. Right? You can name it whatever you'd want. Right? I'll just name it Stream because I'm on Stream, and then click Save. Makes sense to do that periodically anyway. I'll tell you just a story I had about a hard drive exploding, which just happened to me. It was a couple years back when I was on a PC, and just the whole hard drive just clunked out. And, as a trader, I'm not going to take it into a shop and have someone repair it or blah, blah, blah. I need a computer, right? So I went out, I bought another computer, I set it up, and everything like Trade Ideas, where I just saved it to the cloud all the time, I was so thankful for. Anything that had a cloud save, I was just super thankful that I was able to come back and find those things. So periodically, if not daily, I would suggest daily, save everything to the cloud, but certainly before you upgrade. Now, I have never I've started using Trade Ideas in 2006, so I'm almost 15 years into using Trade Ideas. I've never updated it and not had it save my layout before. However, it's it just makes sense to do it. Like I can't guarantee you. I'll say there's a 99.9% chance everything will still be there. Just save it to the cloud just in case. You never know. And every now and then it makes sense just to do a clean wipe, which I do of Trade Ideas every now and then. Because if you go to your your file explorer, you'll have, mine will look a little different because this is a virtual machine on Parallels, but you'll have a Trade Ideas Pro folder under Documents. And this is like all of your debug logs, and there's a lot of stuff that gets saved in here. You know, I would, you know, I would wipe those out. Every now and then, I go in and do them. I don't know if that means anything. I don't know if that's just me being an old man, like turning off and back on a computer, but I go through and I wipe those out as well. But yeah, most likely you will have the same stuff. Yeah, but I like bar charts. I want them. I want to thicken them up a bit. So I've actually asked. I've set in a little ticket. So hopefully we'll thicken them up just a little bit. I just kind of like the look of, if I can see them, and they're probably not even. I'll go back to candles here. They're probably not even actually showing up very well on stream, are they? Let me go back to candles. Candlestick. Open versus close and do something like that. That probably comes through way better on stream. But for me personally, usually if I post charts, like I post charts a lot on Twitter, and you know, I've got my own YouTube channel, I post charts a lot on there, that type of stuff. I usually use candles because it's what most people know, but I just find something nice and clean about even removing the distraction of a green candle versus a red candle. I think there's some power there as well. But again, it's an absolute personal preference thing. Like I would be 100% fine if going through some of my price alerts here, I had set one up over here. It's an interesting new strategy that I'm playing with our RSI divergence scanner, which is also in the Market Explorer. But basically just looking for stocks that are kind of making lower lows and the RSI is making higher lows. And then I'm marking like this swing low right here and saying if we get over that swing low and close, that's where I'll be interested in. And then a stop down here. So I've been playing with it as well. And yeah, you can get to that scanner as well. This is more of a, so TI strength is going to show you kind of whatever's strong at the time. Let's go into just a new Market Explorer window. So that's what that does, right? It's all strong stocks all the time, which again are probably the kind of safest, most boring way to trade is just buy whatever's strong and stick with it. This RSI divergence scanner is going to be a little bit of the opposite of that, where it's more bottom picking in nature. Where, so again, I've got a video on my channel coming up that's going to talk a little bit more about this. But the RSI is simply the amount and the size of the up moves versus the amount and the size of the down moves. So if the RSI is moving lower, that means there's a lot more and more substantial red candles than there are green candles, right? So the red candles. So if you look in through here, as the RSI was, tanking pretty dramatically, there's just a lot of big red candles and then not very many green candles. Just showing again that that down move is happening on much larger red candles and smaller green candles. That's what the RSI does. So an RSI divergence basically means that although price made a lower low, it did so with less momentum. So it means the red candles were a little bit smaller and the green candles were a little bit bigger, or there was more green candles than red candles, just showing that there's more of a fight on the way down, right? So as that, the takeaway you can have from an RSI divergence is that if the first down lag happened with a huge, really aggressive, substantial selling, and then the second down lag happened with way less selling or way more mixed selling, the takeaway could be, okay, is it that the sellers are running out of steam on this second leg, right? They used up all their ammo, I guess, pushing the stock down on the first leg. So that doesn't mean you just buy it right there, right? Because you wouldn't just buy a stock making brand new lows. That'd be incredibly dangerous. But the reason I like this scan and what I'm doing a lot of is, trying to find, like, where do I get involved? So like, this ANNX, I would need to make sure, let me go into the single stock window. Okay, so earnings are a while away. It's pharmaceutical, so that's going to be a little bit dangerous there. But basically, now that we've broken out of this wedge on the way down, does that mean now it's kind of time to get involved right there as well, right? Can you give me an example of a trailing stop? Like on the chart? One way to do it would just be use the multi-period low. I think is a good way to add a trailing stop. You can make that whatever length of time you want. And then let's find something that's trailing up. I don't know, like SPY. Right, so this is basically just showing you where the low was for the last 5 days. Some people will use that for a trailing stop. If you're talking in brokerage plus, the only trailing stops we have is your traditional how many dollars away from price you want it. It's very standard trailing stop. I don't like those myself. I just never found an algorithm or a style that benefited from just saying, let me just put a very simple, almost lazy, 25-cent trailing stop and just letting it go. I'm more of I will manually move the stop. So, right, I'll just go in. I don't even know what I have in this brokerage plus right here from my. It's always interesting when I launch this because this is, again, just a VPS I use to show you guys and stuff and my YouTube channel stuff. But I guess I have nothing in there. But so let's buy some of the SPY here. Trade SPY. What? Oh, do I not have anything set? So yeah, if I just put a stop, let's just go SPY, 1,000 shares, and we'll put a stop at, God, this new beta. And anyway, long story short, just because Barry's going to cut me off in a second here, but it will put a line on the chart if you're using Brokerage Plus, and then you can trail it to whatever you want. But when it comes to just putting a stop in, it will just be, because we can only send orders that interact with brokers and E-Trade will actually receive. So it will be your typical, standard trailing stop that if you just Google trailing stop, it'll be the first thing that pops up. Again, not a huge fan of those just because they're they're incredibly simplistic. They're just every time the price ticks up a bit, your stop ticks up a bit, and when the price turns around, it goes down. If you've got a trading plan that uses them and it works and you've tested it, that's great. I just haven't been able to do it. I'll do a lot of stuff like maybe a stop below moving average. And for what I will do is go through and just every night move the stop, right? It takes 20 seconds a night. It's one of those things I want to automate things that take me a lot of time, but things that are going to save me a few seconds here and there, personally I don't. If you're more into day trading, right, maybe that's something that's a little bit more active, but the way I look at it is I'll have between 5 and 10 positions on at a time. That will take me, 5 minutes to move all my stops around. So I'd rather just do it myself than to completely automate that and then worry about, maybe something messing up or not being as optimal as kind of I would. But all right, guys, so I'm going to ping Barry back here, see if he's good to go. As always, there's a different one of us here every single day, so come on by, ask questions, hang out. Some of us are day traders, some of us are swing traders, that kind of stuff. Oh, here he is. Okay, so he is back, so I'm going to turn it on right now. Turn mine off right now, and you should go back to him. Again, if there's any ever issues, just hit reset, and you should be good to go.
Okay, now is when I start paying a little more attention to the topping tails from Zach. I like looking at it in the afternoon, after the 1 o'clock period. Did take the Perry short. It was just a scalp, kind of a scalp short. That was earlier. All right, for those of you following KSCP, a little bit of movement off that 14 level, just a little bit, okay? May not be over. Keep an eye on AMC, guys, on the way down. This is potentially a green bar ignored. Okay, I mean the bottoming tail is there. It'd be better if it were a bottoming tail or a topping tail. But if this continues down, especially if it takes out 1723, the low that the tail there, that could really signify a downward move again. But this choppy. So I mean, I wouldn't say it would be going down all the way. 1678 probably is where it would. 1680 1678 to 1684 is probably where it could get stuck. What's the market doing? Just there we go. Okay, so again, a little bit of chop in the market now. Up, down, up, down. Yeah, so if this were a true red bar or green bar ignored, and it doesn't matter the time frame, you know, I obviously saw it on the 15-minute chart. Let me get a big chart up. All right, so take a look at AMC on the 15 minutes. So this is not classically one, okay? But if that green candle right there had been totally engulfed by that previous red candle, but you notice there is a bottoming tail there. So obviously the candle is not totally engulfed by that previous red candle. But had it been, and then that candle being red, but taking out the bottom, the low of that green candle, then that's what we call, that would be called a green bar ignored. So you've got a downtrend, you've got a pause in the downtrend, and then the downtrend continues, okay? And obviously a red bar ignored would just be the reverse. You have an uptrend, a pause in the trend, and then a continuation. But to be technically, to be a classic red or green bar ignored, that candle has to be totally engulfed by the previous candle. So it's not quite. This would have been great had there been a big topping tail though. I mean, even up here above, because what would that have meant? That would have meant that, man, the buyers really tried, but then the sellers closed it here, and then it continued down. It's a little less, you know, it's still kind of up in the air with that bottoming tail, because again, the sellers knocked it down, but the buyers closed it here. So hopefully that makes sense. And the higher the time frame, the more the confirmation, of course. So the ideal situation would be a higher time frame, say a 15-minute chart with a narrow red body. Why? Because, or a narrow red candle. Why? Because if this were, because what you could do if you were shorting this, you just put your stop at the high of the bar. So if it's very narrow, that means you've got a fairly tight stop. Okay, and then you'll know immediately almost if the trade's going to work or not. What you don't want to have is some huge, you know, some huge bar that's engulfed, because where are you going to put your stop? You know, typically you put your stop if you're shorting at the high of the candle, and if you're going long at the low. So you don't want a really, really wide one. Otherwise, you know, you're going to have a very wide stop. But I mean, you can use it on a 2-minute, on a 5-minute. All right, going to start watching some of this. Boy, this is a choppy market now. I mean, look, green bar, red bar, green bar, red bar. Very choppy right now, guys. So unless you're in something that's really totally trading on its own, you're probably, you know, if you're trying to trade this market right now, you could be getting chopped out of positions. That's when, you know, unless you've got something that is really trading on its own, you just kind of sit on your hands. Well, the H-lid is, I mean, even this one, let me just see what the high there was. 935, that's not terrible. It was just this sort of chop that got me out of this trade, but you know, there it is though, resting right on the 200-day moving average. Didn't have a lot of room until it hit that 200-day. And so there it is, right on the 200-day. And that we're talking about the H-lit, only 2 in this scan. I'm afraid to look at where Sierra is now. Doubt if it's okay. And BRTX, so that just showed up. BRTX. Here's another one though, coming into, you know, all these little support, these resistance areas, potential resistance areas. No, that doesn't mean it's going to stop right there. Of course not. 100%, of course not. But I just like to put the odds in my favor, and I see all this, and I think, you know, I'm just going to not take the trade. I mean, look how choppy this MTTR was. I had actually high hopes for this one. I mean, if you got in here and moved it, I mean, that was pretty good, but look how choppy it is. I mean, you know, up, down, up, down, up, down. Then it had a nice move up, and now right back down. You know, and it's not really following the, I can't say it's following the market. Well, I guess I do have a pink sheet subscription. I actually took some of that GDNSF just to see. I'm out of it. Big 2 cent 2 cent gain, but I'm surprised. KCORZ. Do I know this one? Okay, this was an IPO. I guess a couple of back here, or this looks like a SPAC, right? This was a SPAC. Yeah, 10 holds. Well, just by the, you know, the 10, you know, that's usually the clue. The fact that it came in at 10 and some volume coming in, yeah. Well, yeah, let's take a look here. Boy, but for a SPAC, you know, got all the way down. If it is a SPAC, let me just check to see if this is a. I don't recall it being an IPO at all. I'll let Casa do it if he's here, or he or she is here. Or somebody check to see if this was a SPAC. I can't see any news here. Usually it'll say, because it's not that long ago. It's only last week or 2 weeks ago. Oh, there we go. There we go. It is. It is. Power Digital Infrastructure Acquisition Corp. Okay. So it was a SPAC. No? Okay. Unless Power Digital Infrastructure Acquisition and Core Scientific announced effectiveness of registration special business meeting to approve the business combination on the 31st of December. So it is a SPAC, unless I'm reading that wrong. There's Casa. Well, edge lit now through or right on that 200-day moving average, right on it. So until I see something that's got like 2% or 3%, you know, I'm not going to be too interested in the racing. What is this Crex doing right now? Crex. All right, well, H-lit now below the 200-day area. I did not see it. Where did you put that? I know you probably put it a million times. Dave, there we go. Impact. Oh, okay. So it was a. Okay, so it was a SPAC. Well, heck of a good SPAC for Dave, but a cheaper one. Normally they come out around 10. So that's too bad. I would have loved to take. I did take this H-lit, guys, and I got I made like so little on it, but I would have liked to have kept in it, except for this move here. I know that Shady mentioned it earlier. Yeah, you guys have been talking about fun quite a bit, and yeah, so it was halted several times. I can see that. First halt was at 55.59, and it moved down. Now it's moving higher. Man, even my watch list here. Actually, my watch list had H-lit at 9.53. Okay, meanwhile, the CRTX, I took this in the simulator. So just to draw your attention to the max P&L and the total P&L, all right? So what this means is, at one point in this trade, I was up $124. This is in the simulator, okay? At one point. So, got in at what, entry was 684. And so if I'd sold right at the top at 730, I would have made 124, okay? I'm up 82. So why this is important? Because buying sometimes, believe it or not, buying a stock is the easy part. It's when to sell is the hard part. When to start taking profits. That can be the hard part. All right. So this gives you a bit of a gauge about how good are you at managing your exits. So for instance, I just want to demonstrate this. I'm going to get out of the trade right now. I'm going to highlight the trade. Flatten gets me out of a trade. Okay, that's what the flatten button does. These are hotkeys. Half gets me out of half the trade, of course. Double gets me out or doubles my position. So now I start keeping an eye on this distance from the exit price. Now that's a bug. That can't be, because there's no way my total can't be 149 unless I got out and no. So what I was hoping to see is, this total P&L. Yeah, that should have been something less, obviously. You notice when I got out, it should have been about 70 odd dollars. No, I didn't turn it. It's like almost double. But this is in the simulator, so I'm not too concerned. Okay, so Frazzled, you have to download my or go to my channel, okay? So if you click on new and then dock channel bar, and then my watch list, then you'll see these results, okay? Barry's watch list, then you should see these results, the same thing. Well, I haven't seen this before. Well, I have seen it, but not in a long time. You know, I'm not going to discount using a simulator because this happened right now. But let me just give me a moment here. All right, I'm just going to try another trade, guys. I want to see if that same thing happens. Let's do Dave. Do I have Dave? I can't see. I don't think I have Dave as a scan. So I'm just going to. Okay, so we're going to buy. I'm going to buy 400 shares of Dave in the simulator. Okay, so it just took the trade. So what I want to see happen is I want to see what happens when I exit the trade. Now this shouldn't be happening. Oh, just a minute. All right, I see you guys have been talking about BFRI. Or guys, I'm talking with the development, trying to figure out why that happened. BFRI. That's the fun and games of being a beta tester. all the time. BFRI, wow, yeah. Low float, 7 million in the float. Haven't seen this one for a while. Remember 2 months ago when this got up to almost 15. Yeah, SPY is just kind of sitting here, guys. A little choppiness up and down, but okay, so now what I want to do is I want to flatten this trade. I want to see what happens. Yeah. Same thing happened. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so the reason might be because the simulator starts every 30 seconds. Okay, so it depends when you start it. So you may not see exactly the same thing that I see on my screen. Okay, at exactly the same time, because when it's taking a top list, and remember the top list gets updated every 30 seconds. So that's what's happening. So when the second you start the race, when you load it, it may not look exactly the same, but it's using the same symbol list. Okay, if that makes sense. It'd be like if I gave you this list, this top list right here. You see how this gets updated every 30 seconds. If you loaded this right now, you may have a slightly different ranking order because you're loading it from your perspective. So I wouldn't worry too much about not seeing exactly what you're seeing or the same thing. Okay, guys. Again, I'm just trying to pass this on to development to see what might be going on. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, a lot of pretty good consolidation, I guess, on the SPY. Little undecided. Yeah, I mean, look, market. I mean, the market's up just barely. Okay, so much for the KSCP. I thought maybe it might have a little lift off that 14. Look, I was trying to. I'm gonna take this trade again, guys. I'm just trying to maybe see if this is. So I'm gonna take this trade again. This CRTX. It's holding here at 705. Okay, bid ask is right. I'm gonna do it again. Just trying to test this. 500 shares. Buy. Send. Okay, so it's in at 70. It's in at 704. Actually, this is a bad idea. Now look at this. The total P&L jumped back down to where it should have been. Oh man. Okay, I'm going to get out of this trade again. I'm just testing this. I want to see what happens to that total P&L. Now it seemed to work. Are you loading it from my channel? That shouldn't be. Let me just check a look here. Because I change the watch list every day. So let me just see something here, okay? Okay, I'm just checking to see if those symbols are in the watch list. Those are. I do see those symbols in the watch list. And again, it will look different. You know, I see Crex is up here, but all right, I think you are right. It is not picking up the latest watch list. No, okay, wait a minute. I'm just going to make sure of that. There's IMCR that won this last race, but again, I started this one earlier. See, the other difference is that you see the actual increase, okay? Using from my watch from my it's possible what I'm going to have to do is I thought I could sort of get lazy and just use this. This is part of my layout. I may have to load this every day, which is a pain. I mean, I wouldn't worry about it too much because it looks like it's the same symbols, but yeah. So I may have to. Let me try something here. Where are we talking? Brokerage Plus, okay? Oops. Ah, I'm getting all this is bad, guys. Oh no. Okay, good. Now, yeah, I'm gonna have to talk to somebody about this. Okay. I mean, I can't help now. I mean, I wouldn't worry about it too much because I mean, it's still showing a top list. Most of the symbols are exactly the same as that's in my top list. So, you know, you can just, I mean, this is not the be all and the end all. Okay. But I'm just trying to watch here to see how. The only difference is, for some reason, the dollar value is not here, how much it's actually going up. So I'll use this one and just see. All right, guys, Dave is still moving. Well, again, it'll never be perfectly aligned depending on when you open this and start watching it, okay? It'll never be perfectly aligned. Ew, what have I done? Okay, so this one. All right, now I'm confused. Oh, so this is from my channel. Okay, now I'm wondering why this doesn't show up right there, the actual price also. It's not picking up that price. You have to be literally on the channel. Even though I've taken this, and one more time, I'm going to duplicate it into a free-floating window. I mean, this is going to be revamped anyway, but it is interesting that it's not showing the price also. Whoa, yeah, look at AMC. Now there is, again, almost the perfect red bar ignored or green bar ignored. Almost the perfect. You see that one? Let's take a look at AMC now. So look at AMC right now. Somebody was asking earlier to explain what a green or a red bar ignored is. So again, is this perfect? No. But you can see there's your red can. So we were looking at this one, okay? So there is still that bottoming tail below. It would be way better if it was a big topping tail, but nonetheless. But you can see, if this had been totally engulfed by that previous green candle, so there was no topping tail below the red candle, and then the next candle being red, and then the move down. So just think of it like this: a pause in the trend. All right, guys. So today is Thursday. No, it's not Thursday yet. Tuesday. So there is a marketing meeting today at 2 o'clock. I'll be attending that, and market is just flattened right out. But the couple of big memers, of course, the AMC and the GME dropping. So I saw this IMCR earlier. IMCR, what are you doing? Yeah, not much, but so it looks like that H-lit, it dropped briefly below the actual 200 SMA, but it could not really crack. Well, I guess it got down to that level, 909. The Ford, yeah, the F-150 last 5 minutes. The Bruins games. Okay, let's see. Anything happening here? Boy, the last thing breaking down in volume was way back on at 1012 for Rocket, RKT. After that, nothing. Still nothing in your bounce play, Zach. I don't know if you're seeing anything, but I'm seeing nothing in your bounce plays. Same thing happened yesterday until very late. It's okay. I mean, it's okay. I'd rather have very few, but maybe more than none. But yeah, shoot, this is not shortable for me. I know you mentioned this CORZ. All right, guys. Well, the market is starting to inch a little bit higher here. I think I'm going to stick an alert for the SPY around 451 and just see if it takes that out. These are the tops of these two candles right there, and see if it takes that out. That might get it running a bit anyway. Okay, silver, a little silver. No, I'm sorry, not silver. It's not silver. I thought it was PAAS, but Plains American. Okay, so PAA, a little pop here. You can see some volume came in on that 5 minute candle, and some volume coming in. However, let's look left. Look at the monthly chart. 1138 on the monthly chart could block it. 1178 after that, but how about on the weekly chart? Same thing. 1138 could block it. You know, I mean, listen, I'm not saying this is going to stop it or even this, but I just like to put the odds in our favor. Don't want to see anything in its way for at least 50 or 60 cents. And that's not the case with the PAA. Again, that doesn't mean it's not going to rip, but I'd rather put, again, the odds in your favor when you trade. Boy, look at MTTR. Oh, straight down. I mean, from 1042, there's a dollar drop. So just when we thought maybe some of these beaten up tech stocks that were up here for really no reason, I mean, other than, hype, speculation, etc. I know this is a meta stock and all, but just maybe when you thought maybe we'll get a few days, doesn't look like it. Not this one anyway. I don't know. Maybe keep an eye on checkpoint, CHPT. It's just broken underneath 14. Maybe a little, what's the support? Maybe around that 1350 mark if you're really wanted to, take a short on something. Is it really SRAA new high? 148. Yeah, you're right. At 148 anyway. How many reverse splits did these guys do? SRRA. So you think that float is even less than 5.8 million? Remember, this was a $1,500 stock almost. This is pre split adjusted. 1342 or so. So and it just fell on. Imagine being one of those holders way up there. But it's years and years ago, so hopefully people took their loss and applied it to their capital gains. Whew, okay, guys, I'm sorry. Just following internal stuff. Trade ideas. Mentioned the CHPT. Again, I don't know if this is going to really rocket down from 14, but right now, I mean, just don't press trying to take a trade out of boredom, okay? You can chop up your account just by taking trades out of boredom. All right, guys. And there is what happened. Dave won again. Dave. The more times a stock wins a race, it just means it's active. That's what it really means. It's active. Doesn't mean it's going to absolutely scream higher, but it just means it's active. Boy, the CHBT guys, again, not pressing, and I'm not in this one, okay? Not pressing anybody, of course, to take this short, but you may get room down to that 1360 level. All right, guys, I'm going to enter this marketing meeting now, so put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. What a pop that Dave had. Holy smokes. Um, I didn't even realize this, but I guess we have new charts. And there's the DWAC. Yeah, so the DWAC just took out that high. Just took out that high of the day right here. DWAC, DWAC, of course. Everybody knows DWAC. As it gets closer and closer to that. Is it still February 21 or 22? That's the planned launch. So we do have, I guess now, I didn't even realize this, but select chart style. So I guess we're starting to introduce different types of charts. People have asked for this. So obviously the candlestick is still the main one, but I guess we've got line, bar, area, HLC, and OHLC charts coming. Okay, this is in a development version. All right, so I've never used anything other than a candlestick chart, so I cannot comment on any of the other types. Boy, AMC is just it's slip sliding away now, guys. AMC is slip sliding away. I am in the short of AVXL. It's just not doing anything yet. I thought maybe it would, when it took out 11, it might start to move down, but it's not really doing too much, and that's AVXL. It's basically shorted it right where it is now, so just going to wait and see if it has any sort of a move down. Doesn't look good, not in that little bop, but we'll see. Boy, this DWAC looks like it's going to take out 80. And you guys were talking about, yeah, this OPHC. That's all the news release they had. Super low float, 4 million in the float. 484, 493 in the bid ask right now. Now that is a red. This is a really good red bar ignored actually on the DWAC. Okay, why? So you can see right there. There is the red bar. Okay, totally engulfed by the previous green candle, but almost more importantly, look at the tail. Now the tail. Let's bring it up. Show you exactly what I'm talking about. Why some RBIs and GBRs are probably more powerful than others. And that just triggered again, 79.91. But this is what I'm trying to show you. There it goes, over 80 now, guys, DWAC. But you see this, So you've got a 15-minute candle there, green. Then you've got this red candle here, okay? Totally engulfed by the previous green candle. But almost more importantly, you've got a big bottoming tail there, all right? Again, what does that mean? The sellers had it down here. The buyers took it up, closed it here, and then the buyers took over again. So in theory, your trigger is at the high of that red candle, 78.21. Okay, that's kind of the theory behind it. And of course, just looking for a confirmation about this February 21 or February 22. I don't think anybody is going to know absolutely 100% for sure, but whether or not whether the site is going to be active then. Well, we're halfway to the high. Not quite. 171. What was that? 176 was the high. You know, the longer this holds, okay, first of all, there's a 200-day moving average for OPHC. All right, the longer this holds, right near this 5 level, what did it get up to? 538? Keep an eye on this one if it just breaks right through 5 again, guys. And there's, you guys have been talking about snippets or whatever, SNNPX. Boy, some real big moves now. And Brinker, eat. Is it really? Crux is about to halt on the way up or the down? Why do you say it's about to halt? Or am I looking at a really old post? Why would that be about to halt? Crux? I don't see any movement. I don't see any movement in it. Oh, I see. Okay, well. Well, AVXL just snoozing here, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to get out of this short out of boredom. I'm in at 95, 96 area, so mildly positive. All right, guys. So it's 2:50 again. I'll always keep the room open until 3:30. I'll be on mute at 3 o'clock. So good time to ask me questions if you have any stored up. With the RBI, where to find the profit loss? Is that what you mean? I don't know exactly what you mean. If you're talking about our RBIs here, you can't. Talking about this premium RBI and GBI, you can't. If that's what you're talking about. I don't use it. Can't, just not enough filters for me to use. But if that's what you're talking about. This is just a very classic setup, that's all. I mean, I'm not saying, I don't know if you're, so if you're asking overall in general, where's a P&L for RBIs or GBIs? I have nothing like that. Boy, look at the market just flattening out. Well, every alert is different, Schnauzer. Okay, I mean it's just a setup that a lot of people know about. I'm not saying that you take a trade just because you get it, but it's something to watch. I mean, look at the AMC. What was the name? What was that? What was the one I was trying to show before? I mean, and it doesn't mean it's going to fall all day or go up all day. And it also depends on the time frame you're looking at. It's just a pattern that people are aware of. And each time you get an alert like that or see it, you can just start to track it. It's amazing, yes, how flat the SPY is right now. There's not a lot of movement. I mean, there's a lot of chop in this market right now. Look at AMC. I mean, kind of chopping up and down. So I don't have an optimal scanner for that, Cherry. Okay, you might. One of the other traders may. I mean, optimal. I mean, they are way more into pullbacks than I am. So maybe just ask for a pullback type scanner. Okay, I don't have any. And just so info at trade-ideas.com. I know some of the other traders have stuff like that. I just don't do that. Tops. Sorry, that you can't hear me, John. It's really tough, guys. When you guys ask me questions, and I got to try to answer it postwise. The question was on pullbacks. Okay, so I might have one for you, Cherry. Pullbacks. Yeah, Cherry. Is intraday or longer term? Somebody in the other room might have something for you. I wonder if I don't know if Cherry can hear me. Boy, that DWAC, guys. Now, you asked about that. It was DWAC. I mean, look at this. I mean, I'm not saying every single one is going to look like this, but you asked about. I mean, that was fabulous. It's just a pattern, okay? It doesn't mean that because you get the pattern that is absolutely going to work, but you start seeing this pattern over and over again. But look at that. I mean, especially with a big bottoming tail. I mentioned that. That's even more. That's gold when it's a big bottoming tail. So look what happened on that red bar ignored. Boom. So are you intraday? Okay, is that an intraday? So you're looking for something a pullback to go long, right? So I think the person wants something intraday, maybe for going long, not for shorting. Oh, you can look at Kodak all you want, Michael. Anthony, I mean, I don't, I mean, maybe I've lost sight of this one completely. Okay, so it's a long bias, yes. So if you got something on the long side, Robert, if you got something on the long side, just the flip of that, maybe I can pass that on to the person. If not, just go to that info at trade-ideas.com and ask. Yeah, so the person was in the other room was sharing something on the short side, so nothing on the long side. All right, guys, I'm just going to get the announcement in. I'll be on mute very soon. Oops, get rid of that. Wow. I mean, this now the next high looking left is 83.50. I remember these days, and then the day got up to 87, and then this day was up almost to 100. Okay, well, I'll give you the short setup, okay? Okay, I haven't looked at it at all, but this is a short setup. Here you go. Okay, you see the link? I just put the link in. All right, guys, before I shut the room down, not shut it down, but get on mute, just one more talk about the test drive that's coming up February 14th. So you want to try us out for 10 trading days. It'll start on February the 14th. When you click on the link, this is what you'll see. Now, please read it really carefully. It doesn't start yet. So if you sign up today, you're pre-registering. So please don't bother our poor support people saying, hey, I just signed up. Where's my data? It doesn't start until the 14th. Okay? So it'll be the 14th to the 28th inclusive. That is 10 trading days. The reason why we're doing it the Monday to Monday. One of those days in here is President's Day, so the market's closed. So 10 trading days, $11.11. You'll get our premium service. The only thing you won't be able to do is auto trade, okay? Open to people who have our standard subscription who are maybe wanting to take a look at our premium service for those 10 trading days. It's open to you also. And don't worry, once it's over, it's over. Nothing for you to do, nothing to unsubscribe from. We don't put you into a subscription. So if you want to try us out for those 10 days, sign up. Okay, on that note, I shall put myself on mute. Yeah, so Jen, yeah, I mean, I have no, they've been working on it for months, so no idea. No idea. Sorry. I just got to hop in here. So that SPY took out that alert that I had right here. So look at the SPY now, guys. It's not snoozing right now. And on that pop, that got, not that AVXL really should matter what the SPY's doing, but that got me out of the my AVXL short and basically flat. So, not that this pop should have had anything to do with it, but. So now, put myself back on mute. All right, guys, I gotta pop in. This is a big move for the SPY right at the end of the day. Look at this at a consolidation also. Big move for the SPY. Interesting. No hotkeys, Terry. No. I mean, you've got, well, okay, I shouldn't say that. I mean, you do have up here, and let's see, is this the time? I don't even use it, but is that the time? No, that's the, right there, the clock. So there is a clock. All right, so you can change it. So the 5 minute to a daily, you can do that. But it's not one step. So you click, well, it's not bad. I mean, click on the icon and now just click on day as an example or whatever time frame. See that? Right beside the heart is a little clock. So click on it and then click your time frame. So that's pretty quick.
looks like we had a good video transfer. Check the audio here. Alright, audio sounds good too. Alright, perfect. So everybody welcome. Late day Q&A here for Trade Ideas on YouTube side of things. Let me blow up my screen a little bit more. As always, do this as an open forum. You all drive the content with your questions and comments, and we rock and roll from there. So don't be shy, start firing away those questions for me, any that you may have. There we go. Blow that up a little bit more for you all. Let's see. Still a little short on the screen here. There we go. That looks a little better. So don't be shy, everybody. So, alright, let's see here. I got a VET chart up here. This was this week's trade of the week. I jumped in it here. This has kind of been really tracking the XOP, so XOP is kind of my gauge right now on what I'm doing with this trade. For now, we're going to hold it. Really love to see the XOP take out 112. I mean, that would just be just downright outstanding. Not that I'm aware of perfect circle. It might be something that is doable. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. Again, it would probably relate to, and yes, howdy, probably relate to, position and range filters and things like that. Double inside day, because we don't have a 2-day look back. You're looking at 5 days and things like that. So. Is it? I mean, I think you could probably come up with a scan that could find things that are doing it, but it'll also find things that are not doing it too. So, we kind of cleared this line here is what I'm looking at on the XOP. And that's where we're kind of getting hung up now, is right around here. And so this is just kind of a box of resistance it's been now. We can see, going back to here towards the end of the fall to the beginning of the winter. So we can blast through this, and I'm still a big overall believer in energy. Mike C, what's happening? So anyways, quick market thoughts since I had that chart that was up there. Other than that, I wasn't, looking at a whole lot today. I had big ambitions to use the stock races during the day, and that just never happened. No, there'd be no customs involved, at least none that I would think of off the top of my head. You're also talking to someone who isn't really a customs person anyways, but we don't have a look back of 2 days regardless, no matter what. There's nothing in our system that's a look back of 2 days as far as, position and range or anything like that. So there's nothing to reference within Trade Ideas coding for those customs to look back for 2 days like that. Another day on the hands there, Mike. See, that's been me lately. I took that VET position today, but I've really been kind of sitting things out for a while here. So yeah, we're drifting up here, obviously in the overall markets for the most part. I guess there's some Fed people talking or something like that too, so try not to over concern that. So, anyways, that's the short and skinny there as far as that stuff goes. Um, so, what else are we looking at today? Well, we can, while you're all writing down all those burning desire questions for me that you're gonna throw into this thread any moment. Um, some other stuff, continue to just use my liked list and things that I'm watching here. So, tech had taken a little bit of a tumble for a few days. We're seeing that rebound in here too. So, the coal players and energy, again, lots of energy, lots of energy. So this is what I'm going to continue to keep on my short list here. And one of the big things is when you're seeing the energy plays that have had more alpha, we're looking a lot of stuff outside of the US, especially Canada, for these alpha plays in energy. So keep that in mind if you are looking at energy names outside of the US, might be some places you want to go. Here's another one, APA. This one is inside the US here. Another really strong looking chart here, and it did take a bit of a bath here last week with the rest of the averages, but it is really just still grinding its way long term up here. So just some things that I'm looking at here. The oil in my Lamborghini, well, unfortunately or fortunately, I'm not sure which one it is, but the model car collection that I was going to start never did. But I don't think they require oil anyways. I don't think I would ever own any form of a Lamborghini other than maybe if I ever got back into playing video games again. With all that said, um, what else are we looking at here? We could play around with race cars if nobody has any burning questions for me at the moment. Sorry, just a couple of stocks here I want to look at. GSK, continues to be one of those pharmaceutical plays that's not really one of the vaccine ones here. So this is one that I stay interested in. I really like this trend line that we've got going on here with it, as a matter of fact, kind of a short-term trend line. Let's take a bigger overall picture here though. So we've got that short-term line. And coming out of that crash in COVID, and I'm gonna guess this is when they were said that their vaccine wasn't gonna make the cut. I moved the mic a touch closer, but I have my sound settings all the way up. So longer term trend line, we can look at something like that. On a shorter one here, oops, wow, I just can't seem to draw that at all. Hmm. Did it get any better when I moved my mic closer? All right. Any closer, and I'll be eating the microphone. And I have all my settings turned up. So, anyways, that's what I'm kind of looking at. GSK here. You know, I do some videos. I was doing them in the spring. I started doing them again, and I say in the videos, for the most part, we're going to want some sort of market assistance, especially on long trades, unless you're really finding those alpha plays, and especially in this chop of a market too. So, I would say keep those in mind. Yeah, I don't know, Zino. I have, the settings that I can control are all the way up. There's nothing else that I can possibly control on any of this. days. Yep. Settings, audio. I don't know if that did anything. I mean, I have everything turned all the way up, so. I mean, it could be my headset or my mic. I don't know. I mean, in the Zoom calls that I'm always on and things like that, I haven't had anybody say anything. And for the last couple of weeks, no one's really said anything. So I've got it all the way up is all I can do. Um, so, anyways, GSK is something I continue to look at. Ford, something I continue to look at. Had that real big run up. Revision to the mean here. Would love to see it kind of get back above that 21 area here, kind of like fighting with this area right here. If we can get back above that, I am seriously considering a position in Ford. Looks like the market is off to the races here on the close too. Even the small caps aren't looking too awful on the close here. So, and how do I know that? Without having any market charts up. I'm just looking at this right here on the compare count windows here, looking at new highs versus new lows. Essentially cordoned off by market cap here. TRD, yes, there's a lot of reasons for this that will happen. One is the market was ripping into the close yesterday, just that easy. Here, let's bring over a SPY chart, or let's put up a SPY chart. I don't even need to bring one over. And we can go around a few different indexes and see this from yesterday, all right? So, if we're looking at a 15-minute SPY chart, look at this move, that last 45 minutes, that move up right there. Look at what we're getting right now. Again, this move up, big move up happening in the market. If we look at the Qs, which is going to represent the NASDAQ, we're going to see nothing different here. Same thing, big moves, all right? Diamonds, which represent your Dow 30, probably something similar. It's exactly the same. 1, 2, 3 charts right in a row. IWMs, I bet will not look exactly the same, but they'll probably look all right compared to what they have looked recently. And notice I'm not moving these arrows. Those arrows have stayed right there where they were. Oops, IWM. It'll help if I type the right chart, right? So look at that. 1, 2, 3. Now the small caps here in the IWMs aren't getting quite the same liftoff here today, but yesterday they had great liftoff again. So as the saying goes, rising tide lifts all boats. And while not every stock is going to be going up during that, odds are the market being in your favor like that is going to produce results like that. The same will happen if the market's moving down. The risks of trading those late trades, I'd watch your spread and your range. The bigger the range on stocks, the faster it can move up or down on you. So it can move, as much as it's moving up, it could certainly move against you just like that. There's no way to know if the market is going to continue exactly as it is or isn't. Just because it's done this for 15 minutes or half an hour doesn't mean it continues to do it for the last couple of minutes. And just know that there's a lot, the market is heavy liquid at the finish and close. If you look at volume bars, here, let's put back up a SPY chart. It's going to illustrate this a little better, I think. Look at our volume here on the open today, all right? Look at the volume yesterday on the close, all right? Look at how it goes to sleep all during the middle of the day. And now we're starting to ramp up volume here again. And this is the last 15-minute bar here. And that looks like it's going to take out these 15-minute bars even, just like it did yesterday. And if we do this as a multi-day exercise, so let's scroll this out so we can look at multiple days. Look at the volume on the closes. Volume on the close, volume on the close, volume on the close, every time. And you will see that over and over again for all of eternity. Big funds have to liquidate at the end of the day, enter and exit positions by the end of the day. A lot of day traders are going to liquidate at the end of the day. So you have a whole bunch of reasons for this happening. No one reason, but many reasons. FTCH. And then Peter, what scan are you referring to specifically? Sorry, FTCH really beat up for a long time here. And we're getting a nice bounce now, and probably no accident where we're bouncing. Now, I drew these lines on FTCH God knows when. I bet I drew these lines way back here in 2020, in summer of 2020. And we're getting a nice bounce that's there. What do? Waste management. So very interesting here. So obviously exploded here. Talk about parabolic, and then just, right back down the mountain, and been this long-term channel downwards. Broke that channel and bounce now. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it bounce back into this channel again here. That's what I would go with Fitch for long-term kind of look. That's just my thoughts, is more of kind of a swing trader idea. But yes, definitely worth looking. Yeah, of course, TRD, and as always, I disclaimer, I am nobody special. I just, after 2 years of getting my butt kicked of trading, turned things around a little bit, and here I am working for Trade Ideas now. So, a lot of what I've learned comes from, Jamie and Andy and Steve and Sean and Michael and Barry and, all those guys, watching and listening to their videos and webinars and all that stuff like that. So a lot of it, I parrot back. I am taking the level 1 course now for CMT. So, I am getting some stuff from that, obviously. There's some thoughts that I have on my own, but, a lot of it's been done before. So, not looking to reinvent the wheel here. Oh, the definition of relative volume ratio. I'm sorry, that's what you mean, Peter. So our definition of relative volume is what we do is we take a 10-day average of volume, and then we average it out. What's that 10-day volume, and put it in a ratio. And so the ratio just means, for example, if we're doing, right here, FTCH, this relative volume ratio that's right there, that means we're doing 1.77 times what it's averaged over the last 10 days at this current point in time. That's what that means, Peter. So if you had a 2 there, it would be 2 times what it normally does. 3 would be 3 times. If you had 0.5, that means you're doing half of what it normally does over the course of 10 days. And that's how we do it. Without getting too technical on things, our relative volume filter is weighted a bit heavier at the open and at the close too. So less weighting here in the middle. And so that's what that all means. Boy, I have to make some decisions here. Do we want to go energy heavy into the market close and into the open tomorrow? We've had a couple of day run here. No, thanks, Perfect Circle. I mean, look, I'm hard on myself on a lot of things. I could certainly do better on a lot of things, I think. I just never want anybody to take what I say as like, the end all be all of anything. I try to, like I said, I'm neither a bear nor a bull. I'm just going to let price action determine things. I'm wrong a lot. That's all there is to it. My goal is when I'm wrong to be wrong for a very short period of time, and when I'm right to be right for the longest possible period of time. And I think, that gives me my personal best chance at success, and I think that gives anybody their best personal chance at success. So all learning and growing process and all those things like that. So anyway, that was Fitch. We had a couple minutes here. Let's mess around with the race car. Let's go new top list. That's exactly the same for me there, Perfect Circle. Let's see, relative volume. Let's go with the 3 on this. I used to watch CNBC like it was going out of style from like, let's say 2005 till, I don't know, sometime in 2016. And then as I discovered trade ideas and the crew here, I started to realize don't do that. There's nothing wrong with CNBC, but it's entertainment. It's not financial advice. That's all there is to it, you know. Personal opinion, of course. Relative volume, let's go with price in between 5 and 100. What else do we want to look at today? We want to make sure we are liquid here on the day overall. 150, 1, 2, 3. Trying to do this quick before the close hits. Also have to decide, am I taking risk home overnight, or how much risk to take home overnight? Throw a 120-minute range in there. Let's mess with that. Minimum of 3%. Alright, here we go. So there's our default top list. Let's start a race here. And, the flip side of things, too, that I like to point out is that, by doing this with you folks here, I learned quite a bit myself, to be honest. Let's do it on relative volume ratio. And let's roll this race. OCGN. I had a nickel for every time I looked at this stock. Ooh, that thing is beaten down. So CBT, what are you doing? Look at that. I'm catching that real time. OPRA. There we go. That's making some moves here into the last couple of minutes. Very interesting stuff here. This is like the most active race I ever ran. SNPX. What say you? Another one here. So there's some interesting stuff. Very nice and liquid. Boy, this is some interesting stuff here with these races. I seriously am going to have to consider taking some days off to check this out and investigate a little further. Peter, when you say biggest gains, are you just referring to stocks in general or a specific scan? So it's replaying. I want to run this race again. Apple overnighter. Let's first jump on Apple. Let's run this race again. Apple, I mean, the market is Apple. Apple is the market, whatever you want to call it. So essentially, you're betting on the market to go up more or less with Apple. Volume's really dropped off on it recently since the earnings last couple days. Advice for overnight positions: don't take home a position heavier than you want to be. That's my advice. Delta. I don't know if this is going to work now because the market just closed. Let's see what happens here. Um, like anything else, have a plan for it as far as overnight positions go. And just know that the fact that you can, the stock could open here tomorrow. There's nothing you can do about it. There's no stop order no stop order you can put here is going to protect you from a gap to there. So these are the things you have to consider when you're going overnight. What are you really willing to risk? What are you going to be able to sleep at night with, knowing that, that's what you have out there? But as far as Apple overnight, uh, you know, we got this 175 area, and I think it's kind of game on back to 180 with Apple. I mean, I don't see any reason why not right now. So interesting. IMUX. All good stuff. And then Chevron, Texaco, BP. Yeah, they're traditional energy companies. It's the energy that I'm currently bullish right now overall. I don't know about their specific charts. Let me take a look here what these look like. Well, BP's an easy one, I believe, right? I think that's just going to be BP. Yeah. So I mean, that's I think a more market weighted chart BP. But overall, I mean, you're looking pretty good here as far as BP goes. Strong looking chart. Um, you know, not a perfect trend line, but I think you get the idea here. And we could even say that we can draw almost a channel line like this. That we're kind of bouncing around in this channel, moving up. And this is a pretty big cliff to climb. That's cleared, so it's a pretty big cliff to climb towards 40 on BP. I don't know, what's Chevron? What is Chevron? It's CHV? No. I have no idea. Let's Google this really fast. CVX. They very well maybe. Let's see. So Chevron, nice chart. They're refineries too, so refineries have been strong. Very strong chart. Maybe won't say necessarily extended, but Yeah, Chevron looks nice too. Energy in general, overall. I mean, again, I'm gonna relate it back to here, XLE, and these are gonna be those companies that we just looked at are heavy weighted in the XLE. Look at the XLE. That looks almost the same as those charts we just looked at, and the XOP. It's kind of my sleeper. So Google tonight, you said, yeah. I mean, we could do a biggest gainers today, Peter. And we could do it, biggest gainers as far as, from the open or from the close. We could do it a few different ways. So let's see. They haven't reported yet, at least not according to IB. It is on deck, but I don't see the news yet. Look at Google overall. Incredible. Amazon, this is kind of incredible to me. Since it's like July of 2020 has gone nowhere. This long grind and fight higher. That one move up and back down. All the way back down to here. Nowhere in all that time. Well, Google reported it wasn't in IB yet. I mean, IB is usually pretty on it for news. Here we go. It just came in. Literally just came in. So, let's see. Oh, all kinds of things here. So they beat. Let's bring up some news. We'll bring it over for everybody. So more to follow here, but they beat on revenues, 181 mil. Their operating income, 21.89 billion. We got this here. Like I said, all the news is still all unfolding. They reported at 6 after the hour, so this year, sorry, 5 after the hour. So fourth quarter revs, 75.3 billion. Yeah, but I mean, this is news that everybody's going to have at the exact same time. Nobody can have this any faster than anybody else. It's just not possible. When it comes to earnings are set in stone. Like, for example, Apple reports at 4:30 when they report Eastern time. There's no exception to it. Nobody gets it at 4:29 and everybody else gets it at 4:30. As far as, if someone had, whatever for news, some kind of phase 3 trial or, FDA approval or anything like that. I can't speak as to how IB does because, again, I just don't care about the news. It's irrelevant to me. Price and volume. Price, volume, and trend. So, yep, still kind of comes in. This is interesting. So Alphabet stock split in form of one-time special stock dividend in each class stock. Interesting. That's very interesting. So, all right, there we are. Looks like the street is very happy with Google. And if you took Apple home overnight, you're probably going to be feeling pretty good about it right now. So, there are several stocks that, drive a lot of sentiment in the market. Well, Facebook just, I think they haven't been able to get out of their own way with a lot of stuff. And I think that pivot to whatever they're calling themselves now, Meta or some nonsense, I don't think that sat well with a lot of people. So, the only thing I use Facebook for is for birthday reminders to message like my old aunts and uncles and all that stuff like that. And I don't. There's no other Facebook purpose for me. I just like them to be able to track everything that I do because it's fun to have the algos throwing random crap at me always. They may have. I don't look too much at. I don't look too much at whatchamacallit, dividends. Mm, I'm trying to look at Google News and I have Facebook up. Ha ha ha. That split was. Let me see if I can find that again. Wow, their cloud revenue is 5.5 billion. Here's your split. So holders would get dividend 19 additional shares of same class of stock for every share held. So I guess it's a 19 to 1 split. Is that I'm not an expert in these things. Um, yeah, like I said, I'm not much. I like Twitter. I post some stuff on TikTok to help promote trade ideas. That's really it for me. Um, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's all a lot of dopamine injection. Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, all that stuff like that. Twitter, I think, can be a little different. I guess any of the platforms are how you use them. If it wasn't for Twitter, I wouldn't know about trade ideas, and I wouldn't be working for trade ideas. Literally for Twitter. So that's that. AMD. Take a look here. Um, I don't see them reported yet. I don't see any report on their earnings yet. The last piece of news I have AMD is at 3:34 my time, and this is it right here. It's from Bazinga. So 4:15. So we're still waiting. They're any second it's coming. Oh yeah, absolutely. People are putting bets on, Look, the stock market is the ultimate gambling tool there ever was. The original gambling tool. Also, we're messing around with the earnings and stuff, which is totally fine as far as I'm concerned. But if anybody's in here, they have a question about trade ideas, the software, something they're looking to know, don't be shy. Interrupt what's going on here. I'm happy to talk anything. It's all good for me as far as I'm concerned. I just don't want anybody to sit there and be like, oh, gee, I have this question about chart function or scan function or compare count window function, and then not ask it because we're kind of, passing the ball around the earnings game here. There we go. AMD just reported. Reuters. Here we go. No, it just tells me that they reported. Ha! Lame. Tixel, is that with, I'm going to guess you have Think or Swim, yes? So there you go. There's your AMD. That's what's, it's all coming through now. To show just gainers after hours. I would say, Terry, throw a post-market filter in there. I would do this. Look for configure, search, post-market. Yeah, the dev team's aware that that's happening now. Tixel, I'm not sure what's going on. It's the same thing. We're trying to make a link for a Weeble app, and it has the same runaway effect with the Weeble app as it has with that. So I won't pretend to understand coding or anything like that. They're aware, and they're working on whatever was changed to to fix it. I guess I don't know. Um, so I would throw maybe post market in there, Terry, and maybe put like 100 shares in post market to try to weed out nonsense stuff that isn't trading in the post market. That would be how I would do it on a top list. Here's some more. Here's some more AMD for you earnings fans. Some pretty big beats all around here for them. Coming right down the board here. So, anybody that held risk going into tomorrow, I mean, now we could gap up tomorrow and then crap, or hell, we could, make moves in the after hours now, and then the futures can give it up too, because if, the market may feel like, uh, the cannon of good earnings is shot. So no way to really to know. But AMD looks solid here off the close, and so does Google. And those are big players in our world here. No, it's gonna launch whatever. It's gonna launch whatever your default is always. That's what it's looking for on that launch. I don't think there's any way around that. I don't know, Debbie. I hope so. I mean, I hope it's here tomorrow. But the only thing I can say is soon, because that's what I get told. Soon, 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 soon. Let me see. Nvidia's running. Hmm. A pretty solid day from it overall too. Still below that 160 level, we're saying. Yeah, that took a big tumble. Uh, Not unusual when you see a move like that to see a move like that. Bounced hard here though. Who'd they upset? So let's see what the earning gods say about this. Misses. Guidance misses. Holding C's adjusted 460 or 475. All right, what else happened? So, I had this 820 gappers again here today, and I got to tell you, I'm not impressed with this scan at all. Yeah, I had a few things here. I've got a few different headlines coming in right now. Here we go. Growing around 6%. What else do we got? This has got that. Here's your EPS. Adjusted. Misses by 1 cent. Revenues beat by 30 mil. No, IB, I don't have. I would surmise you're referencing briefing.com, which I don't have. Yeah, this is all coming from IB. All coming from IB. Obviously, PayPal's not going to get. How do I get that from IB? In Trader Workstation? I just have a news tab in Trader Workstation. And when I click it, this comes up. So I've got, here, I'll take a screenshot of it. I can't bring it over because I can't. But there, that's what I got. News tab. Let's see, new window, I guess. New. Not even sure. Oh, new. News. Information system. Yeah, if you look under new, you'll find it. So, I mean, whenever I want, whatever, for this purpose or anything like that, like I said, when I'm trading during the day, I don't look at news. It's never really suited me much. If I've ever traded off of the news, I've lost money. Probably 9 out of 10 times if I traded off the news. Here's one. I was looking at this morning, last night. I can't remember. I did some evening scanning and some morning scanning. And I thought to myself, boy, this kind of has that look. Like it might be able to do a little bit today. And, well, hindsight being, would have loved to have been in this one today. Was, we clear this area in here. Nice march up this line, maybe. Computer system and design, so, not worried about the FDA coming through and beating me up or something like that. Yeah, I have Mosaic up. Debbie is what I use. I have a question. When do you come out with swing trading candidates? Monday? I believe you're referring to our strength alerts. And yeah, they get, if you're on just the email portion of it, if you don't have a software subscription, either very late Sunday night or very early Sunday morning, you should see those emails. Other than that, on the weekend, Michael adds it. Whoa. New stock racing channels. I didn't even know that was in there. I mean, I knew it was in there. I just hadn't seen them yet. Dan was making reference to it today while I had my head buried. Wow, those are beautiful. Anyways, strength alerts. In this channel here, sometime over the weekend, Michael updates this. So that welcome screen that's here, this welcome screen. This gets updated sometime. If you're subscribed to the software, you don't. The way that the system works is we can't put... It's separated through the system that only people that are subscribed to the email only get the emails. If you have a software subscription, you got to look at it through this. So, Torino, do you have a software subscription with Trade Ideas? if you don't, no software subscription. All right, so if you wanted to sign up for the strength alerts, I'll get you a link to sign up for that. Where are you, links? All right, so you can head there if you want to sign up for that email. Um, it's $17 a month, and you cancel at any time. You just ride out the rest of the month, and that's the end of it. And this is what it'll look like here. I'll just widen this out before I have to run for the evening here. But this is what you'll get, every week. Some market thoughts here. All right, and then it'll be a write up about these. Where kind of an entry is envisioned, where a stop is envisioned, on each one of these. And that's what you get. Thank you for popping in, Mike C. You have a wonderful rest of your Tuesday night or afternoon. You got it there. And then also, we do have our test drive up and coming, which is $11.11, and you can access the full software for 2 weeks with that too. So that would include what you just saw there through the software. So if you were interested in the test drive, you can have a look here at that. That link will get you more information on the test drive. No target or anything like that. Just what looks like to be an interest. And again, none of it is financial advice. It's just areas of interest, based on some charting analysis and things like that. There's no hard, this is the buy, this is the sell, or anything like that. So, that is that. That's the disclaimer. So, all right, I appreciate everybody coming in. Thank you all very much. We will do this all again tomorrow at 3:30 Eastern, and as always, Barry will have this open tomorrow, no later than 9 Eastern in the morning. Tomorrow is Wednesday, so you get Steve in the live Q&A at noon Eastern tomorrow, and then I will be back here tomorrow at 3:30 Eastern. All right, I appreciate everybody popping in, and we will catch you all tomorrow. Have a great night.